off center. It's always like getting on a bike, I swear.
Are all I truly possess. Yet who can say they knew you? Wow. Turn the wheel. Welcome to Naraka, which is the city.
When the light is running low and the shadows start to grow and the places that you know seem like fantasy, there's a...
I don't know about you, but I live in America, and America is well known for having natural disasters. And right now, America is entering hurricane season, and what?
But I've changed. Why would they say that? Empathy, put your mind inside. You're so pathetic, so comical.
Thank you, Buster. The fun part about when I get to go do multiple things while trying to set up with editing is that sometimes getting back in the goddamn fucking whatchamacallit is always a piece of energy. Lord have mercy. There's no way this does not end up with somebody having a problem. Both myself and Brianna Wu were made moderator heads of Deb's community on X. And this is just begging to see some shit happen. Bro. Well, that explains why the camera's off center. But there's always like a piece of energy where when I take a extended break from broadcasting, to the energy of having to stop, pick something up, and do something else, it always is like I'm coming back to a very slow process. Because not everything is together, discombobulated, things like that. Because I planned out every single bit of the content that has been posted as a live stream to be consumed today, tomorrow. Today, tomorrow, and Sunday? No, because Horror asked me to do something with her Sunday, so I didn't block Sunday out for material either. That's what I believe my brain is telling me. At least it's what my brain's telling me. There's a chance that I am insane. Anyways, I planned out every single bit of content specifically for the purpose of having pre-planned my time. And yet, sometimes when I come back to work, I always feel like I'm fully behind on everything, despite having some shit that I'm working on that some of you don't know about because I haven't presented it to you yet.
I'm planting it in.
It's always an experience. I can tell you that much. It's always an experience. So I mentally need to be awake before I can begin doing the thing that I told myself that I needed to do, which is a daredrop that I accepted like 3-4 days ago. So that's cool. Anywho, Brianna Wu, the Brianna Wu, myself, and a bunch of other people from inside of Deb's community have been working on an idea. And that idea was put together by one of the more chaos mods called Antelope. Some of you should be familiar with him. Where they put forth the idea of the Devonarchy. And the concept of the Devonarchy, effectively, is a literal interconnection of all the people and all the content that Dev does. Now, I can't tell you the reason why. One of the main core reasons why. Because unfortunately we have some little chaos goblins that love drama. But what I can tell you is that the idea behind it was to get people involved, talking to each other, actually engaging with people's material. And because Antelope did not like that the culture that he loves in Dev's community was being stifled, mainly by the stringent nature, or lack thereof, of the Discord, which for most people's ability to get involved in, they can't socialize in because it's structured in a way to protect Dev from the retardation of certain people, but it does not protect him from the retardation of something like, say, moderators behaving in certain ways, or public users that can be in the Discord behaving in such a way where they are effectively scaring the hoes and ruining the rent price, or rather ruining the building price of such an audience. It is possible for you to now engage with this group as a member, while others, while myself, are having fun either interacting with each other or doing other such things for the fun of having fun. So having conversations with each other, posting memes with each other, communication with each other, etc. So, obviously, I did the first thing that came natural. Because the entire idea was have fun with it, more or less. Which is why, in someone's infinite wisdom or lack thereof, I was made a moderator of this. Is it like a networking thing? Yes, it is a community. And the entire idea behind community with this from Antelope was that he wanted crossover networking. Because he was not able to get interaction with people the way that they go to the server. Because, again, there are people who are scaring the hoes. First off, the hoes have to get through a process where they have to be pulled out of the sewers and be nominated by a moderator to have them work with shit. Because finally, Dev stuck his head down and actually talked to some of his moderators asking about why certain things weren't happening. And a particular person who was preventing those things from happening was overruled. That's the first thing that happened. One of the first of many things that needs to happen. Second thing that happened was that enough people have been paying attention to people who are responsible for making it impossible to get things done. And so, with barricades moved out of the way, fun proceeded. Now, this had already been put in place by Antelope, but he got Dev involved in it, which is what some of these posts you were seeing were. Effectively, Dev, in his infinite wisdom, has been poking with niggas on Blue Sky.
She says, I can't wait to Okay, Naomi.
Yeah.
I said on Blue Sky, I hope you do OnlyFans because it's clearly your only asset. Because she's a fucking retard. And she says, I can't wait to show your girlfriend this. So, as my girlfriend, what do you think?
Yeah, she looks cute. But communism is terrible. It's it transmits like a disease.
I wouldn't have put it that.
So basically, he's having fun. Something that I haven't seen Dev do in a while. Depending on what you consider fun. So, that's something that's going on. Anybody who has Twitter can be able to join it. All you have to do is go find community and click on the thing. Not that button. That's the X organization button. With this button here, under communities, you just click on said button on the left side of the screen, over where it says Home, Explorer, Notification, Message, Grok, Premium, Lists, Bookmarks, Jobs. You click on Community, and then to find a community, you go searching for it. So, you've got different types, different kinds, and I can't scroll any deeper than that for obvious reasons. But you can find any community to join. That's how it works. Type in Devarchy, join group. You now have the ability to see people who are talking in a sphere of people. So as you can see there, as I scroll down to make sure it's safe to scroll down the fucking page. Okay. You can see here that you've got people talking about Raiders, which I'm assuming is football. You've got women posting pictures of themselves in plus-size heaven. You've got people sharing tags and spoilers inside of Undertale/Deltarune. You've got harmony music. You've got cybersecurity careers. You've got Bad Girls Club Tea, where Diamond the Body gets into a fight at McDonald's over French fries. Truly, was her fries not hot enough? Why is she dog walking this woman with a whole man's hairline there, bald as fuck?
Do that no more.
Why was this person getting rocked like this? And why did somebody let her go out the house with the weave like that? There's a community for anything. Probably even porn. More than likely. And it works as a way for you to be able to communicate with people if you want to have them inside of a group that they can otherwise engage in outside of the tenements of a insular Discord group. Because you can go find people. Also, I'm going to need you to explain what you mean by Razor Fist went on a puritanical arc saying the Satanic Panic didn't happen. Because we all know that that's true. The Satanic Panic did happen. What are you talking about? That's a Carl sentence. That's a Carlson's right there. I mean, Brianna Wu being inside of Dev's community is not surprising. Dev has been doing connective work where he's been talking to certain types of leftists and certain types of political people. They're all influenced inside of a group. And getting that group influenced inside of each other is part of getting them to sit with each other and talk to each other.
Ya ya papa da 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 hu 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 da da di da.
Yeah, it's more or less one of those things that I've been doing. This is at least something that is obvious that I've been doing that I can at least talk about freely whenever I wish. The other shit will happen over time. You'll learn about it in time. So this is old information, not new information. This is not something that he's currently doing, it's something that he's already done. There's a good chance I might have ignored it. Okay. Section 13. Section 13. That's a tag. Section. I'm out. Section 13. Let's leave it as special event. And section 13. Ooh. 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 Mid-gen daredrop challenge. Checking out section 13 from Summer Games Fest 25. Hang out and watch what happens. I mean, I haven't seen him do anything else like that, Yan, so your mileage may vary. By all means, do what you want. Be best beloved. That's not one of those things that I pay attention to. Just because I don't pay attention to those things. But yeah, communities are on X. I keep calling it Gitter. On X are ways to get people involved with shit. Oh, anyways. Do. Anyone noticed the garbage AI games on the PlayStation Store? I don't have PlayStations to win. I need music. I need music. that by a little bit, by half. There we go. But yeah, I don't own a PlayStation, so. Turn on all the other outputs. Check the outputs. And then however, in my missing, I forgot the sentence I was just fucking saying. Jesus Christ. I haven't slept enough. I've been spending way too much time editing. Anyways, in my absence, what have you all been up to? Surviving summer tourist season, trying out new Warbond and Helldivers, visiting brother and daughter, nothing too fancy. What is your country like during summer tourist season? Is that a common thing that happens all the time, where people come down to your state, or rather into your country, to like have their vacation, or is it like actual worldwide foreigners coming through Bosser? Ow. Oh my lord. This man needs to be put out of his misery. Anissa is killing him. Holy shit. Overflown by Arabs. Arabs? Specifically from Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. They love my region, it's cheap and green. That makes sense. Meanwhile, in unrelated news, iDubbbz imagines himself at the riots instead of just going to the riots.
One of my friends got tear gassed a couple days ago. So, yep.
Dude, I kind of wish I was there.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be really fucking sweet to throw the tear gas back at them.
You put the cone on it and then pour the water in.
True.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, that's a good tactic. Yeah, I do.
Even Hassan got his fat ass up and went to the goddamn fucking protests before they turned into full-blown riots. That's so sad. That's so sad. She's killing him from the inside. You've been trying to wrap your head around how you should feel about the riots and such goings on. Okay, this is actually a great pivot. Thanks, Alex. So, some bangers that you may not be aware of. You've got people like Lydia which is Sour Patch Lids, getting involved in drama where they just decide to lower the price of content, trying desperately to agitate people jumping in on the Hamas side of Israel-Palestine. You've got some people unironically angry that ya boy, and by ya boy I don't mean me, I mean ya boy as in this man currently on the screen. I have to do this long way around. Where the boy of Sneeko had people concerned about him possibly having died after falling to his death fucking around on a balcony. But no, that was Cap's shit. He was not in danger and he has lived. You've got an up-and-coming show currently coming out. The spin-off we all expected to happen. Lars of the Stars. It is coming to Prime Video. And the way that I found out about it was from somebody shitposting back on May 7th. Because they desperately wanted there to be a Lars the Stars spin-off. Because they are obsessed with characters like this. Emerald. And the voice actor that voices them.
Emerald on Steven Universe.
And of course, it's Jinxie. Specifically, Jinxie Monsoon.
I don't practice religion. I don't believe in it for myself. Organized religion for me. If I had a religion, it would be Steven Universe. If someone creates the Church of Steven Universe, I'll be there.
Because of course it is. Thousands of people fucking happy to see this fucking minor character show up because they are desperate for this thing that it makes them feel, including Jinxie Monsoon. And so they've wished, and they are getting their wishes fulfilled. Lars of the Stars. It's real. It's coming. And I am so disappointed in each and every person who wants this. Because this is justification that they unironically care more about side characters than they actually do about the show. I don't give a fuck that they don't like Steven Universe. I don't know why niggas are so happy for Lars Veebelbrox. The creation of this character was example and definition that Rebecca Sugar wrote herself into a fucking hole because she was not in charge of her product and truly did not live to the standard of, I know where I'm going with my work. This was the point in the show where it needed to be fumbled. And this one-off episode, to have the miscolors and take advantage of the audience and start using them for crowdsourced ideas. All of this was for that purpose. That's crazy to me. But that's coming through. It's coming on Prime Video, because of course it is. It is not going through HBO Max. I will be properly pirating it. I don't know what to tell you. The cue to this. Not that one. There are people that are saying things extremely stupid, such as this person, Sophie Rain. I accidentally oversized it. I did. Small. Small. Just large enough. Pop it out like this. There are some people, such as Sophie Rain, because there are people who are reacting to the news about Bonnie Blue. Recently, Bonnie Blue made a controversial statement where she said she wanted to do a sex petting zoo. She would be tied to a post, and she would have her body restrained in a glass box with her orifices exposed. And men would be allowed to do whatever they wanted to her. This resulted in her getting banned from OnlyFans. OnlyFans said that this was too crazy. However, the reactions of women who themselves are porn artists had things like this to say, such as, I hope one day she realizes the trauma she's causing herself and so many women. Sophie Rain says Bonnie Blue is ruining OnlyFans for everyone. It's no longer about women empowerment. Which led to this post that I squirted out. What a fun way to describe things. I squirted it out. This particular response that I penned while doing heavy editing on all these other things that I'm working on in the background that need to come out soon. Where's the empowerment when you're trading the fate that all 3 or 4s are destined for to instead fuck random, let's be nice today, random men in a gangbang documentary, which is what Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips did and have done and are still trying to do. Or like Ayala the porn star, who has apparently decided to lock her profile since time of learning about it. Her entire idea of the Ayala family and friends cream pie birthday bash with included exit survey, so you can figure out exactly how many people were involved in the process. Where is the empowerment in this activity? Right? That's the idea. Where is the camaraderie and the joy that comes from this activity? Doing it and being around other people doing something like that. And then, at the end of it, by hook or by crook, all OnlyFans women will see at least 3 of these men eventually. And if you can be able to name who these men are, then you might consume a little bit too much porn. Although, I just chose, like, some of the 3 easier recognizable male stars. 2 of these are professional. One of these is an amateur porn star who is just known for topping very specific OnlyFans women, such as Carmela Clutch. And for doing emotes while he's in his shit. And I'm talking about emotes while he's in it! In it! When he's in it! So, there's that. What else was there? There was this post that I wrote where I was looking at something that happened to relate to what I'm going to call bad acting Anita, which is to say Felicia Day. I looked at this picture of her and I thought to myself, wow, this woman's been on the internet for almost as long as my sister has, and somehow she's fucking ugly. Now mind you, this is what Felicia Day looked like in her youth, early in her career. And then some when she got older, around the time that she founded Geek and Sundry, the YouTube channel. And then another one for during the time of that, like, aging up, where she went from woman doing actress roles and doing spots and bits and gags and random shit off the internet to becoming womp womp. And the question you have to ask yourself is it because it's no makeup? Is it because she's in her home? Because if you look at the headline, this says Buffy the Vampire Slayer actress Felicia Day claims the LA riots are mostly peaceful protests and are a manufactured crisis. But that can't be the case. Don't worry, we're getting to the reason why I'm presenting all this to you. But then when you look deeper and deeper and deeper, the thing that was very obvious to me as I started looking through the images is that you can't say that this is because of age. Like, there was an entire period of time, I believe like right after COVID, where she somehow either inseminated herself by going to a fertility clinic, or had sex with somebody, caught some dick from somebody, and caught the pregnancy bug, and hid a whole secret baby until it was time for her to pop, and then had said daughter, and she was still mildly attractive. Like, to bounce off of what Alex is saying, she unironically looked like a prime Lilith out of Borderlands 1 and 2. She was not an ugly person. No time when she was making The Guild, no time when she was on Sci-Fi, no time when she was on WB/the CW concerning Supernatural, none of the products that she's ever appeared in, including shit that she did with people like Neil Patrick Harris, the Dr. Terrible, Dr. Horrible sing-along, and other shit like that. At no point in time was she fucking ugly. And somehow, she truly transmogrified into Lilith from Borderlands 4. And mind you, that actress is extremely attractive. At least to me. But I'm biased, because I like white women. But there's no fucking world where you can tell me that this fucking homunculi is anything approachable to these 5 versions of the same woman in the past. Truly, this is the unmitigated shitlib on the female psyche living out of California. I don't know how the fuck it happens, bro. I don't know how the fuck it happens. However, working even further backwards, I also had a post that went maybe like semi-up, at least in terms of my numbers, concerning people like stupid-ass Paul Tassi. And then, this shit, which went like semi-viral for me. Passing around just a little bit. Let's address this first one first. Paul Tassi and his retarded-ass opinions. It's easy to push back on this, but when the woke debates consume literally an entire online market campaign that can be in fact damning, yes, Asmongold trashing something does actually matter, like it or not. Not you should cater to that, but it's where we are. Or quote from Daniel Friedman, despite all the BioWare higher-ups that he talked to, he intentionally missed the story. The game failed because it was defined in the minds of the audience. Period. While I'm sure making videos is a lowering point, the reality is that most people consume content that reinforces what they already believe. There are people who adamantly defend woke games and nobody watches them because those ideas and viewpoints are inherently unpopular. The term influencer exists for a reason. People like you or Rogan are not whoever also shape views on topics, not just acting as a mirror. On top of that, negative content gets X times the attention as positive, which applies to the whole anti-woke industry and why it's so successful. But this comes right off the fucking backs of the dumbass shit that was said by people such as Paul Tassi, which is inherently cope when you think about it the long way around. By that I mean, in Paul Tassi and his infinite wisdom, or lack thereof, Paul Tassi believes that the only way that things happen is that I put content in front of you all, and then you all just take my opinion and absorb them without being able to assess them yourself. And then I not do further investigation to find the deeper thought and the deeper meaning by going a step further for the curiosity of knowing whether or not a thing that is being said is true. Which then led to this reply, or rather, my reply. If Asmongold, Kirschverstalt, and others were the minority, why is the majority of you always constantly losing? Because off the back of this, there was an article that was written by Jason Schreier where he basically had to admit Dragon Age the Veil Guard was dog shit. And that all that fucking talking he was doing, all that bluster, all that cooping and seething, when he said things such as, this game is bad, but I love seeing you people, I love seeing you guys lose your mind against woke shit. He had to admit that the woke shit does not fucking sell. You do nothing but whine and complain about first world magnitude problems, and then you claim irrelevance that has no power, but they're also literally Hitler, which is the fallacy of both strong and weak. Shut up, Shrant. Them acting like a fucking nonce and a dumbass about it. There's he doesn't want to admit. Actually, they're really bad at communication, and they're also really stupid. Paul Tassi, in his infinite wisdom, believes that the best thing that he can do with his time is to try to talk shit out of pocket about video games like The First Descendant while actively demonstrating that he doesn't actually understand the culture and that he doesn't actually play them. Buying a character just so he can make a throwaway tweet complaining about the sexy skins, but not having a single thing to say about the video game itself. Nobody cares about that. No one's going to give energy to that. And they would much rather laugh at him. I clicked my likes again. They would much rather laugh at him than give him the air and space to act like a fucking idiot. But these are having gone back further enough in the past. That then slowly brings us to the point of why I made this pivot. There are some other things of note in there that I've talked about. I, for example, showed off some of the loot that I'm finding inside of Path of Exile 2, now that my build's pretty much blowing off to the stratosphere. There was this post where I demonstrated something about Splitgate 2 from people trying to cope about Splitgate 2 and its optional cosmetics, with people complaining saying that the game charges money for pay-to-win blueprints annually. Why are people getting on this guy's fucking helmet? And I explained that the reason why people are getting onto him is that Splitgate 2 wants to go on stage and tell people, hey, I'm different. I'm out of the pack. I know what I'm talking about. Me know what I'm saying. When obviously, that's just fucking cope. Because the reason why this game is struggling is that it's got problems like this. You've got Halo Legends and other movement game legends effectively shitting on entire lobbies full of players because they don't have the time, the energy, the effort in a game that is meant not to be a fucking sweat sesh, but a casual game experience. Actively exploiting talents and skills that you could arguably say they should learn how to use over time anyways. But in a game that's supposed to be a capture the flag system, as there have been many games during Summer Games Fest, including that one that was like capture the flag in the 70s, flag down, or flag that. They aren't able to take advantage of this knowledge about Titanfall, Titanfall 2, and other such video games that would take place in that same universe, like Apex Legends, simply because they don't have the time to do this. This is a very casual experience for very casual players. And those players, they don't want to play in this environment where they're being expected to do like fucking homework. To be able to have the opportunity to be able to play a game that's meant to be accessible. It's basically the guns the duel situation. You got a game with what could be considered very, very... how do I best place it? Yes, he was the clown that made the Titanfall 3 shit, and that should be relevant to you because that thumbnail that I used for that live stream for the Yappin' was based on something that was very obvious to any person who knew what the fuck was going on there. More about that in a second. But it's an experience where a new game comes out, you want to play it, on day one, there are already sweats. This is the reason why when I tried, and I picked up, and I played, Strinova, I didn't play it again since then. Because it was full of players actively selling matches and playing dog shit because they were refusing to work with other people. Because in their minds, I've already played this game 50 billion times, but the normal player coming in hasn't. Now, Pip, you say that's not doing homework, that's just doing basic physics. Here's the problem. People are joining in and jumping in for a game experience. And I'm one that's of this opinion that if a person is playing a video game for the first time, they should not be expected to jump into a lobby full of ba-da-ba-dum. There's the first connection. There's the first disconnection of the thing. Anyways, let me see if Fun OK's VODs are still here. They might have changed. But no, there's multiple things about it. But I want specifically Deadlock. You've got players such as pros making non-stop content about a game that's not open to the public. Deadlock Beginner Movement Guide. How to play characters that haven't been released yet in a game that's not publicly made yet. Deadlocked. Deadlock. Meta. A deadlocked meta report for a game that's not publicly made yet. You've got players trying to take advantage of the fact that they were early onboarders. Effectively, what you could say on the long way around is them making the guides and content. Because I remember, I was one of them in Guns the Duel that was helping people learn how to play K-Style. You have players that are hearing about a game that may come out at some point in the future who are expected to have years of experience on day one with what the meta is, which is the reason why people have left games like Diablo 4 to go play things like Exile 1 and 2. Because the game's solved on day one. There's no experimentation. There is no learning. It's either you do exactly this or you're banned out of my lobby. It's either this or breaker on my ship or I kick you out my lobby. It's the shit that was happening inside of Helldivers. This is not a good game experience to have. Like, at all. Ever. Now, it's functional because in the inclusion in an interim of games such as Fortnite, especially including the no-build mode, so those that just simply want to jump onto a game, have a battle royale that gives them the ability to use all these things to their potential and really get crazy with it. It's not like the days when it was PUBG and the days when it was Rust and the days when it was early Apex Legends and so on and so on. People can at least take the time to learn and really get involved and be engaged. However, this is the world of difference between, well, I'm not supposed to be this good out of the gate. It's progress, not perfection, versus literally there are 100 top 10s of the top 10s out of the game's existence, just like the finals. Players actively selling lobbies and selling matches because, well, the broken build has already been decided, because nobody wants to experiment. This is bad for development. The other reason why that was important is that people who paid attention to my thumbnail for the last Yappin', you might have noticed that I have put a specific frame of things there. Lives, Carl. You would have remembered that I put a specific frame of things there. And the reason why I put that frame of things there is that what I put on that frame was my dissertation of that entire event. And by that, I mean I made an extra tab. YouTube. Thumbnail. The live. That thumbnail was a dissertation about the nature of the experience that guy effectively was making. This is too big. Transform this smaller. He goes on Sage. He effectively says, fuck the culture, fuck the video games, I want real good games back, make FPS great again. Look inside. It's the exact same monetization schemes as everything else inside the industry that he's trying to criticize. No different. No different than the people he's trying to criticize. That entire state of things is toxic to incoming players. It makes me, and I hope other people, not want to necessarily play the game. Because they're not getting an experience that allows them to truly get involved with shit. Now, of course, it doesn't always have to be this way. But that's a pretty bad thing to have, where you've got people basically not wanting to get involved. This was one reason. The other reason why is because I noted that there was going to be an obvious Shankar boiling point. So, let me read what I posted, because I was going to make this into a short. Making this into an animated short with me looking at this and pointing at my shit and going like, oh, what did Carl mean? Like, you know, shit like that. He's now at the Adi Shankar boiling point. The problem just isn't just $70 optional cosmetics. It's people flying around the map, killing players who have no access / proximity to learning a niche talent that then makes the game unfun because of casuals and sweats. Mecha Break is modding you. And it's possible that this concept applies in any game. Because there's always going to be elitists, there's always going to be tourists, there's always going to be weekend warriors, there's always going to be free players, and there's always going to be little Timmies that get access to the game on the weekend who are getting a worldwide demonstration of welcome to the video game. As they then get monorot and then whopped again and again and again and again by players like myself, and then helped to made better by players like myself and Boster. However, this is a gameplay experience that nobody wants to be involved in because players have demonstrated over time they do not want to play in an environment where they are getting fucked over by an executive that doesn't understand that this shit doesn't really help sell. And example B of why that is, as we can see from the window, is that he then walked the statement back. He apologized. Multiple other people telling him, why are you apologizing to the keyboard warriors? Who are you doing this for? The core audience that should be like those like Pip and Yan would tell him, why apologize? This is what they want. And this is ultimately the reason. It was a publicity stunt. He didn't really believe the shit he was saying. He was reading what he was told to say off the card by either his ad by committee team or by the intern he got the idea from. He wasn't literally living with it. So, why? Why even do it? Why even bother? Why even try? Which would piss people like myself off. Not because I put stock in what he said, but okay, this is his stance. Oh, it's not his stance? He's just a bitch? He's just doing it for attention and money? Nah, I'm good. Thousands of dollars that I could spend potentially on anything in the alternate dimension where I have that much money. And in this one where I have a little bit of money, when I have said opportunity, why would I go and pay for the optional cosmetics of Splitgate when I can instead pay the exact same amount of dosh, but I intend to pay less than that by getting a copy for those games? Why would I pay that money when I could pay less than that and instead get a whole single-player video game in the form of the Dark Ages? What's going to be the breakpoint for that? Like, it's not even selling out, bro. It's literally just being an open-face, like, toilet mouthpiece. 100%. Thank you, Suwin. We're on the same page. Like, it's annoying. So, if you remember, when we heard about the Haunting of the Here Tale, Haunting of the Here Tale developer, remember when we were playing the beginnings of Ratchet & Clank 1 as we were going through the quadrilogy as sponsored by Alex and his wallet? Remember when that guy was trying to talk to that dev on behalf of me and tell him that people like me aren't representative of the audience that he should be selling his game to? And I said word for word to that developer, I want you to make your game and be serious. Remember when I did that? And then I crashed out on that motherfucker live on air? The motherfucker was not the developer. The motherfucker was the guy who was trying to be annoying, trying to tell him that he should ignore the people like myself and try to pander to as many people as possible. Something that the dev themselves didn't even agree with, because he then defended my position and said, I want something that's more enlightening. I want something that's more down to earth. I want a creator who's in touch with his product, not just a person who's trying to be a sellout, trying to sell me something. And he's being an actual businessman who cares about his product and how it performs. That's what I was talking about! That exact energy! The same way that I can interact with other people. I was sick for 3 days straight. I had no Carl to entertain me. I'm sorry, horror. I was technically a little bit under the weather while working on my editing too. Star's trying not to get me sick. Also, internet. I tried, and I've been putting out and slowly preparing to put out edited videos. It's just that some of them were not done ahead of time. So there are at least so far one, and some shorts that'll be coming down the line. I'm gonna make out for it, don't you worry, baby. Hugs, kisses, smooches. Should slap the shit out of me, I swear to God. I can feel the heat on my face. I can feel the slap. Anyways. Don't you touch me with your slur. Don't you touch me with your niggly lips, boy. See, this is what she's been missing, chat. This is what she's been missing. This is what she's been missing. It hits you with the N-word laugh. I hope you just saw what I tagged you inside of in my server. I should. I have to assume that I'm looking inside of general. Yes. Date everything. Yes, I've seen this game. You're going to stream the demo of Date Everything tomorrow morning. I heard that there are some famous voice actors inside of that are voicing things that you wouldn't expect. That's cool. But, yeah. The same way that I communicated with that developer, and the same way that I communicated back and forth with Alex when he put forth the idea, when we were still in the middle of coming towards the roundabout back end of, the Bayou video game, South of Midnight. That's the same energy that I want developers to be able to carry themselves with. That they're not just doing shit for the bit of trying to, like, get as much virality and much attention as possible, and then walking the shit back when they believe they got a monetary benefit out of it to try and appease a group of people that otherwise would not care about them. I'm all about about that crossover and about that direct access reach. I'm meant to, and I'm still selling myself as one of the most accessible, if not the most accessible influencer on the internet. Because if you talk to me, I'm gonna talk back. And on that note, I have some things coming down the pipeline about that, but I can't tell y'all about it until they physically metastasize in front of me. But know that I've got some things coming down the pipeline in August. I've been talking. I've been talking to people. However, what I bring you to notice for, as I brought you through that timeline, was this one right here. Right here, when you said, and we're talking about the state of shit, there's some shit happening in California, right? And there were creators such as this one, CypherJ, who makes blackmail checkpoints, who basically was doing social agitation about that concerning the riots. So, there has been a lot of narrative warfare that's being done about the riots. And I noted that a lot of the people that are probably not even discovered, or some of the people that are known, like Kirsch, probably don't even know that people are doing work like this. There are people who are outright admitting that they want to do narrative warfare, as he will explain, for the purposes of trying to manipulate people into having a certain viewpoint. I'm turning the music off so that you can hear this directly.
So we're going to talk about the situation in LA right now. If you can't get on the ground, if you can't go protest, you can't do none of that, here's what we're going to do. We're going to engage in narrative warfare. We need narrative warfare for this to go right at all. Because when the city rises, when the streets flood, windows break, voice thunders, right? All that happens, it feels like we're winning. Remember this. Surveillance sees the crowd. The state sees patterns. The algorithm sees content. The moment of rage can become someone else's marketing campaign real quick, or even worse, your downfall. So here's what you'll need to get this thing. They don't need to beat the movement, just need to brand it before we do. The energy is a match, but the victory is achieving a controlled burn of the situation. Right now in LA, the rage is real, okay. The injustice is real, okay. But who's documenting the demands? Who's capturing the why of it before the media invents their version? Narrative warfare means that we get to rewrite the myth before they assign any other blame. So we got to document with precision. Every action, frame it with clarity. Avoid lone heroes because they're going to take them. They'll name one target and build network. They'll name one target and build networks to take them. So we need to build networks. Assign roles, protester, witness, healer, strategist, recorder, protector, all that. And we need to protect this the narrative command center like it's your life's work, because this is a major factor. It is your life's work in this case. Every camera pointed at you is a potential weapon or a weapon you take back. You got two choices in this conversation. And here's what will happen, because I need y'all to know this. It is literally textbook. They will embed agents to throw the first Molotov, film it, upload it, and let America write the ending. Don't take the bait. Don't do it, because I'm telling you, they're going to do it. Every overreaction becomes a headline. Every misstep becomes a justification. Every act of community defense will be framed as chaos if we don't frame it first. They want the image of a riot, not the reason for the rage. So here's how we need to use it for us, okay? We need to set the stage now, right? Any storytellers, I'm telling you, TikTokers, IGers, I don't care. There's money on the table for this one. Not necessarily for me, just on the platform in general. We need storytellers on the ground, online, in the DMs, talking amongst themselves. The story must be preserved amongst ourselves. Then emotional truth needs to inoculate somebody. It needs to literally catch them. Say the names. Show the faces. Teach the history. Anchor the moment. It needs to feel rooted, but also pre-state label responses. We know they're gonna call it looting. We just need to call it extractive grief, right? That's all we need to call it that first. We know they'll claim safety. We just need to call it as militarized peace, because that's what it is, right? We need to control the rhythm deeper than they can push a narrative. Don't speak only in response. Issue your own briefings, your own visuals, your own declarations in relation to this. Narrative warfare must be fierce, because when the people write the truth, the state has to fight the lie. This is a moment, but not a movement. Unless we can shape the story, truly, it will die in headlines and hashtags. Truly, this will not go well if we don't get narrative warfare to go well. So anybody who's committed to this kind of thing and is sitting at home cheering, you have a whole job to do. And it just can't be one person. I'm telling you, this is the way this is the biggest fight of every little thing. Whenever somebody gets on the ground, is a lack of narrative warfare.
This and people making content like this have been responsible for so much of what people see and hear when it comes to platforms like TikTok. And yes, I know that I'm suppressed hard as hell, Moon. This is why I keep telling people to get involved with process. But, you guys are your own people. You choose to do things in your own time. I can't expect everybody to carry my torch. Growth is required. But this is only one half of a greater whole. He made 2 videos. The second one's even longer.
These are LA's win conditions. That's it. So any municipal breakaways. Glendale just canceled its ICE contract. That's precedent because every city that follows turns protests into a policy cascade. So the goal is just to turn LA into the first domino, and it puts public pressure on Santa Ana, Long Beach, etc. to follow suit. The second win condition is any public moral awakening. NPR time to finally portraying protesters as concerned citizens and not just rioters. The goal is just to keep centering family stories, detain workers, union arrests, and make the morality too heavy to ignore because the public is starting to distinguish between federal cruelty and local compassion. The third win condition is lawsuits and oversight. So California's AG, their Attorney General Rob Bonta, just sued over unauthorized federal enforcement, right? Back this lawsuit with mass mobilization. This turns any narrative into legal leverage, but also cross-city solidarity. So San Francisco, Chicago, Boston, Houston, they all had their spin-off protests. If a synchronizing message emerges out of this, 5 to 7 cities chanting the same demand at the same time, it'll overwhelm the federal media control immediately. But there's key risks. And we're going to go through those too. There is currently no unified demand. In the raids is vague. That is not going to work. Protect sanctuary cities by law. That's a little better. Abolish ICE is polarizing. We need to be concerned about the message. Movements without demands become media spectacles without memory. Any rally that is behind winnable asks like emergency citywide ICE moratorium, that's a way to fix that. That's the way to rally behind that. Because that's something better to say than in the raids. Emergency citywide ICE moratorium. See what I mean? Get that narrative together. Then here's our other risk. Violent optics do persist. Like really bad. Burning cars, highway blocks, tactical gear versus flag bearers. The medium turns the just cause into a chaotic image of fear and disruption. So visual peace with narrative cohesion is necessary, right? Narrative precision, visual peace, protest art, grandmothers on the front lines, cultural symbols of peace. There's a way things need to look. This is what I mean by the narrative warfare.
Effectively, halfway through this, in inclusion to the other post, this entire presentation by this content creator is actively demonstrating to you time and 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 time again what I've shown you all week after week, content after content. Don't feel bad, Vasco. Some people didn't know if they had me followed or not. Because on the second account, they probably weren't. Because they were only looking at the first account. The first account got hacked. It's completely fine. This is literally proof positive. The shit that I say in my content, the shit that I say in some of my appearances when I'm talking about shit, and the background of the information that you need to know that you're not seeing at the same time. This is the conversation that's being had over on places such as TikTok. Now, I'm going to show you what this guy does for content, because he's supposed to be speaking to people like me. And unfortunately, as a forever hater of FT Signifier, I am representative of exactly the other side of this guy's coin. Like, this content creator right here and I are two sides of the opposite coin. I'm going to let him finish, but I need to pop in here and show you this is what I've been talking about. When you worry about why is it that my shit gets buried on the platforms, these are the people who I have to compete against. These are the people who I'm dealing with. These are the people who I'm competing against. Really hard to beat motherfuckers that are fucking platformed by literal hate monger and fear mongering. And why don't you talk about the black struggle? Because it's not a black struggle. It's literally being told to do propaganda. Like, literally being told to do propaganda. With the intention of getting people to follow a movement that they otherwise cannot prove is actually peaceful. Because they say we need to do things out of peace, and we have to do things out of reason like this, reason A, reason B, reason C, reason D. And it's literally, guys, we need to be smart about how we do terrorism. Like, we need to protest, and we need to make sure that your grandma is up front getting tear gassed because it'll make the movement look better. On one side of the aisle, you've got Taylor Lorenz and you've got Hassan Piker showing up someplace, actively LARPing. And then after having a long, hard day of doing war reporting on the streets of LA, Hassan takes his ass back to his house to enjoy Ice Queen as a tweet for going out amongst the people and cosplaying as a revolutionary. Meanwhile, while I'm inside playing video games and talking about head-ass topics that may or may not be important, on the other side of the aisle, when I'm sitting here in the dark doing my study work, going through the VODs, going through the research, and looking up events like this, motherfuckers like this are the people who I have to compete my content against on every platform. And boy, it's hard to fight a propagandist when they're at this level. Let's continue listening, shall we? I clicked the button.
But here's another thing. So Trump frames the protest before the protest framing itself is a major risk. He's already calling it an uprising, open border insurrection, and seditious. So they see that as a test of strength, not justice. So if the story is about control, he wins. So the only way out of that kind of thing is to reclaim the stage. Publicly framing it as a moral emergency, not even a political one. Turn this into the next George Floyd level infliction by showing its human stakes, legal violations, and constitutional breach. Now here's one of those things I want to say to black people. Our grief has already been militarized. They've already targeted us enough. We don't need to send our support, like physically, on the ground. No. But they will come for us with this method. This is very key to watch. Very key to watch and to document. Please pay attention here. This is not, even though the stay out of it side is what I agree on, it is important to document what their tactics look like. It really is. But here's the other risk. Any type of movement fragmentation. Because without visible leadership or a unified communication, even internal allies are unsure what just even comes next out of this. So local energy won't translate into national momentum. We need a rotating spokesperson, like faith leaders, union reps, dreamers, just any morning brief. Just open up. You don't need permission. Just open up in the morning, just talking about the situation yourself. It doesn't even matter if it has views. We need documentation. That's the big thing. This literally needs to be psychological jujitsu. We need to use their spectacle against them, humanize faster than they can militarize, and render the invisible visible in this case.
I don't know if I can say it any better myself, but I'm gonna try. You guys know when I try to push super hard to get you guys to engage in for fun shit, this is what it looks like when somebody does that in terms of militarizing for a movement. And the logistics of the propaganda and the active intention to set you up the bomb. This is what that looks like if I were to do that in terms of a national movement. Most of the time, I just do it simply trying to get you guys to play video games together. But this is what it looks like when a person, as he described, tries to humanize a riot faster than normal people can take note of what's happening in said riot. Which, let's take a knee real quick. Click to my likes again. This speaks to this. I covered this one earlier. This is from the riots that are happening on the street. There are people out in the middle of cars. This guy, everybody's find out who he is. He's been labeled as what do they call him? Smug soy boy leftist. They found out everything they can about this guy and the other people who are here. These are the shit libs. These are the liberals that live in the state. Can I wrap my hand all the way around here? No, I gotta go all the way back. Sad. But, no, actually, I'll do it like this. This guy in green. This guy is the representation of exactly what people are seeing on the ground in terms of assholes and in terms of political activists, not accounting for people like Greta Thunberg, who was already sent back on a plane. This is the view to which people are learning about the riots happening inside of LA. They are watching normal citizens getting interrupted and then accosted by these protesters blocking traffic. Actively mocking people, trying to do the day-to-day process to get to where they need to go. To work, to the store, to emergencies. And they're saying, "Aw, not work. Aw, you're going to be forced to not go to work." And actively mocking the fact that the people that they want to monetize are directly affected by their fucking antics. Hoping that people will just simply give up and not try. And people are actively fighting back against it. Because the emotional narrative... Boodoo-boodoo. Thank you, man. I appreciate the $55. See, I'm just exhausted and I'm talking, so that didn't sound as emotional as it should have sounded. Clearly, I should say something more like, "I'm gonna suck your dick." But anyways, at the same energy that he's telling people that you need to humanize faster they can militarize, people are just looking at the situation on the ground as it is, in the context of where it's happening, and it's much like the last Soy McCuckface. Where, you know, the guy that did the fucking roundhouse kick when he attacked that pregnant worker. People are seeing this, and then they're hearing this, and they're just outright fucking confused. Like, it's far beyond bad advice, bad tactics, but they're saying it publicly, and people are behind it because there's that many people, because it's TikTok, left-wing app, female-coded, led by shitlibs, and progressives, and liberals. The sheer chutzpah of telling people that they should put their energy behind this type of propaganda and not realizing that everybody else seeing this out of the Hugbox bubble are going to be very concerned. So when you mention, Moon, that I'm super hell restricted, yeah, of course I am. I choose not to play into delusion. I'm not using my skin to buy investment. I'm not tricking you to come into my house and not power level myself to then get you to give me money and energy. Like, the amount of energy people are putting behind creators like this is the reason why things are going the way that it is. In order to combat that, we must make the Carl Industrial Complex bigger. We must increase the size of the Carl Industrial Complex. And only then, when I show up talking to people like Kirsch on camera at a panel, shitposting between myself and several other people, then and only then will we truly be able to beat that fucking line. Because that's unfortunately how shit on the internet works. We'll talk more about that in a second. But let's finish listening to this guy, because we got a lot of more clips to look at. Because technically the point of this stream is that I'm supposed to be creating the challenge clip from the daredrop. But I'll talk about that when I'm done talking about all the things that are basically narrative catch-up. Because I'm playing catch-up of all the shit that I would have talked about this week had I properly had my news days. So, let's pick back up at that 2:17 mark.
The messaging also needs to be a lot stronger, because they needs to be like, we're not radicals, we are mothers, workers, neighbors, trying to protect our homes from the federal aggression, and you don't need to agree with our politics to see that our humanity is being violated. That's real. That's real, right? Because we need to stay in an anchor place. This is about LA, not DC. Okay, emotion over ideology. Center immigrant stories, children's drawings, elders testifying, and literally frame ICE as an uninvited foreign force in a city that never gave consent. We're at war with the camera. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to get. I'm trying to get y'all to get it. We're at war with the camera. It has nothing to do with anything going on over there. It's not even in the best spot. Like the whole riot. Not even in the best spot. But the camera's vulnerable. So, any public altars for detained families, candlelight visuals overpowering riot gear, important. Any mothers in prayer circles versus soldiers, a haunting inversion, important. Any legal observers in neon vests, non-violence made hyper-visible, important. Drone footage of peaceful marchers being surrounded to trap the state in its own excess, that's the way to do this, right? The thing is that people got to understand that we also have to have a refusal to flinch. So his whole game is to escalate until we react destructively. That's basically the whole game. So win at this game. Disciplined silence at tense moments. Refusing to chant when cameras arrive. Making protesters look more trustworthy than the people in uniform. All of that actually matters in causing a narrative breakthrough. See, but this is what victory conditions actually look like. And it's not going to be found in the cheering. No, nothing like that. But this is my scorecard on the event. It's a very tangible one. I would give it. This is not the most ideal event ever. It's just enough energy behind it to get it cooking.
Ultimately, these two videos of propaganda from Cypher J is him posting a scorecard and a report card. The same way that myself and Devin and any content creator that does video games can give a scorecard about the Summer Games Fest, which I'll talk about my scorecard after we've watched the content that is going to go live tomorrow. And I think also Saturday, if not today. 13th, 14th. Brain cells. Check very quickly. Attack the minorities, the corporate safe. Yeah. All that's tomorrow. Or at least I scheduled it. So one's early in the morning, and the one's in the middle of the day, and another one's blah, 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 blah. Because these are the events that I didn't watch live. Because I had prioritized the emotional bid where I needed to see her. We'll talk about the scorecard after I've watched these, at least minimum 2 events. The directs, and then we'll have the VA2 casting showcase, because I'm like morbidly curious in what the Death Stranding cast has to say about their work. This, from this content creator, is the militarized scorecard for how you should get involved in activism. So, the same way that I could ask people to try and get involved and put their energy behind things like the daredrop campaigns, when I go live on Twitter, when I go live on Twitch, when I go live on YouTube, for the purposes of building up the concurrent viewers of Twitch so that I can have the ability to bring you free loot and free swag from video games, which I did make a post about the other day. It was more centered for the purposes of informing people from Geistwind, but it also serves a benefit for those of you that are new here to know how I do things whenever I do dare drops, to get them involved as well. This is the same level of what it looks like when the left does it. This is what it looks like when activistic people and talking points and talking heads from the left do what I do, but then do it poorly. Because he's only concerned about the Wonder Waffle that is getting this event off the ground, where they can catch fire and spark this up, where he uses the incentivization of terrorism, because it's terrorism, if we're being serious. He just gave perfect pieces of how to turn terrorism into propaganda for the movement on the ground. He takes this and then uses the social proof and the credit that he earns and gets from doing this to then get you to listen to the normal content he makes. Because here, when I was asked by the Gator Gamer about what the fuck a blackmail checkpoint is, this guy is pro-black everything. He is short form FD signifier. Those of you who know me and OJ know that we react and do not like the content of FD signifier. He is the, quote, black Uncle Iroh who has a bunch of shit to tell you about black struggle and black history as an educator, but can't tell you a goddamn thing that's happening on the ground, because he doesn't care. He's just now fast approaching, if not already arrived there, a 1 million figure YouTuber who exists to say back to you what you want to hear. In the case of Signifier, he wants to antagonize conservatives, and he wants to make fun of them, while at the same time giving you just enough bread and circuses to be entertained with his non-stop talking points about a bunch of bullshit that means nothing in the zeitgeist of the commentary he chooses to write. He is effectively a black video essayist for Cornbread Tube and BreadTube, and the Nebula niggas, and is irrelevant past that. But there are people who go to him should they want to learn something about political movements. Meanwhile, Cypher J is a pro-black philosophy and black folk-centered content creator who designs his video in short form about how you as black men and women have to change yourself to fit in with white culture within proximity to white people and their lives. It's content that sounds good, and at certain times it does have a point that speaks to a level of truth, just like any kind of truth that comes from a person who's talking about how they have to navigate two different worlds and code switch between them would have relevance. But it's the most gay and homosexual and unserious shit ever fucking put to the goddamn video note. Because he does it from a position where you clearly have to believe in black separatism in order for you to even accept it. So I chose some key clips. There are plenty. There are plenty. And yes, he does indeed love George Floyd, Alex. There are plenty that I could use to reference, but I could only pick 4. So I picked some of the strongest, dog shittest opinions that he had. Let's listen to some of them.
The cookout is closed. We got to talk about fake allies right now. Because gingers were offered inclusion without any grief. They were offered a seat at the table based on their whiteness being mocked, not wounded. There's a difference between being teased and being spiritually dismembered. Outright. They didn't process suffering. They imitated survival. They thought being black meant swagger, rhythm, and lingo, not grief, resilience,
Dog.
and inheritance. That's why they performed instead of witness. They entered a sacred space. If they entered a sacred space with reverence, I wouldn't have no problems. They entered it with TikTok mimicry, and that was what was always coming because they was never on. They wasn't in the conditions. They wasn't in the conditions. The invitation was coming from a burnout place because I get it, right? I get it. Y'all can have some of this suffering if y'all want. I get it. But that spiritual exhaustion left no emotional container for the chaos it invited. But there are some white groups who are doable, right? If we invite them with more depth, more care, right, metabolization, we might get the job done. The poor Appalachian whites, culturally mocked, economically erased, their trauma isn't curated, it's buried. If we invite them with actual thoughtfulness, they might come with humility and not a dance, and not a joke, right? Working class, culturally observant Jewish Americans, they have deep historical grief, generational loss, spiritual ritual, and the tension of proximity to whiteness. They know what memory costs. Many would recognize the invitation as a grief call, not a costume. Then, class struggle aware queer white people, right? They know performance as survival, but also they know marginalization, rejection, and loss. They understand how safety is sold in exchange for belonging. They might take an invite, right, to actually mirror what's going on, to understand, to see, not mimic, right? Outside of the elite performance culture, any neurodivergent white creators, right, often spiritually displaced, mocked, and looped for identity distortion and control narratives. Some carry authentic dreams and fantasies, and they hold all the memories. Some really could think. They'd rather build a new language than mimic somebody else's, right? That kind of thing. So people don't understand that you just can't pick a group. Both groups have to be processing something real at the same time. That's just kind of how it has to work. We're also going to talk about this some more directly in the next post because we need to go through the fake allies that we can't bring in. Actually, some of them already here. We might go on a purge.
So, first post. Everybody who remembers the jokes that were going around about gingers now being considered NIGG blank expletive word removed. That was a joke going around where gingers, because if you are a dyslexic racist, you would confuse them for African Americans, quote, capital B, black people. There was a joke going around that they were accepted to the cookout, simply by nature of being mocked, antagonized, and understanding the struggle of what it means to code switch between two different types of culture. But as he described, it was not an inclusion based on relative struggle. It was a sham. It was a shuck and jive. It was an inclusion by teasing, where it was always a perpetual meme that instead of being treated like it was a throwaway joke that did not live with you, it was a permanent drama and problem that people chose to metastasize and live inside of. And instead of recognizing that the cookout is belonging to people who need to understand what it means like to be inside of a culture and a camaraderie with each other, by actually communing with each other, not just being a thing to take advantage of when a person can decide, well, this benefits me, so I'm going to use it. This doesn't benefit me, so I'm not going to use it. And you treat this to the point of people, where you then approach the opinions that he has about the protests and using them as optics to grow himself and his movement. People like myself could recognize what he's trying to speak about at a distance because, hey, he too is forever lost in the circles. But unlike Carl, this motherfucker is the one drawing the circles and encapsulating himself and his message in a very dismissive fashion. Where the only way to understand him is to effectively allow him to write the narrative for you. Because the words sound cool and they sound flashy, but they're fucking meaningless. They're empty. It's like a false hydra. Which then leads us to the second post.
People say I'm afraid of being seen, but that's not quite true. Most don't fear being visible, they fear being perceived. And not even the image, the soul underneath. Not the post, the silence that follows, and not even the outfit, the egg behind the smile. Because perception doesn't just look at you, it touches you. And some of us learned early that being touched meant being judged, controlled, desired, misunderstood, and left.
I'm gonna play that start again, because I hope some of y'all heard some of my classic fucking lines just now. I hope you heard it. Especially if you're a frequent Carl watcher. If you're not, this is probably going to be early days to you. Because, bro, Oppression Olympics doesn't even describe the shit that this motherfucker does. Listen to the start again.
People say I'm afraid of being seen, but that's not quite true. Most don't fear being visible, they fear being perceived. And not even the image, the soul underneath. Not the post, the silence that follows.
How many times have I said motherfuckers got a fear of being perceived? Boy, when I discovered this man's content, I was so happy. Because it now allows me to show you what it looks like when somebody else is trying to do single-player Carl. Woo! Shit! I'm having me a time tonight, baby! I'm having me a time tonight!
Not even the outfit, the egg behind the smile. Because perception doesn't just look at you, it touches you. And some of us learned early that being touched meant being judged, controlled, desired, misunderstood, and left. So now, the body flinches when it's complimented, the mind braces when it's noticed, the heart tenses when someone gets too close.
Do not, I swear to fucking God, do not try to pin second player Carl. Oh my God. Okay? Okay, listen to me, chat, listen to me. That implies that he's on my team. This is not second player Carl. This is yet another interdimensional Carl, okay? This right here is my shadow. This right here is my shadow, okay? If I'm Sonic, this is Shadow, alright? Or technically, if we're being accurate, if I'm Shadow, he's Silver. It's not multiplayer Carl. It's more like second person Carl. This is what it looks like to hear the shit that I'm talking about from the perspective of somebody who's extremely on the left, okay?
Close visibility feels like a threat because in the past it was. People don't fear the light. They fear that the light will show something they can't control. That if someone sees too deeply, they'll walk away. Or worse, they'll stay and try to fix something. That was never broken, just unguarded. This isn't vanity, right? It's not insecurity either. It's the wound of being misnamed, of being seen wrong, of being read like a page out of context, of being perceived like through the lens of someone else's fear and then called it truth. But here's really the thing.
That part is especially important if you are familiar with people trying to go out of their way to frame something that I say or something that I explain as why bro talking, bro's yapping, what is blood yapping about? Right there.
Here's the thing that I want you to sit with. The fear of being seen is also the longing to be met. It's the soul asking, will someone ever see me and not flinch? Not critique, not claim, not consume, just witness. Right? Being perceived isn't dangerous. Being performed for is. Right? Being projected onto is. Being treated like a mirror, not a person, that's what hurt. So I'm not rushing anybody, right? Who has this issue at all? Take your time. Like, you know, uncover slowly. Like let the presence rebuild what judgment dismantled. Right? That's the way you can think about it. Because the reality was that you were never too much. You were just always more. Right? More than what the person was ready to see. And that's a them issue.
Then this brings us to his second and third, well, his third post to be more exact based on what I did. But there are times where I have to ask myself, yeah, Stormcloak Carl can work. Let's go with Stormcloak Carl. If we're gonna add him to the cinematic Carl universe of my rogues gallery of fucking haters and collaborators, let's call him Stormcloak Color, okay? We're gonna call him Stormcloak Carl. In the greater Carl cinematic universe of people and their talking points, creators like this are the representation of what I sometimes asked myself, what would I become if I hadn't gone through the life struggles that I did to become who's currently standing here on the frame in all black, right? And the truth of the matter is, this is what people are getting from the left wing when it comes to their favorite content creators. When you think of people like Designifier, they're supposedly getting that motherfucker, but 50 years old. When you think of people like Shark03, Nega Carl, opposite Mirror Universe Carl, that's what you're getting if you took me and you allowed me to stay in the pain, in the hurt, and never learn the lessons that were necessary for me to move away from the left wing of the paradigm and instead move in a direction towards the one that I actively went in. Now, if you get people like Xander Hall, Pig Puncher, Alexander, here's what happens if you were to take people with my disposition and basically bully the fuck out of them until they accepted being a part of the left wing, and then drove them crazy and mad with access to proximity through friends until you got him screaming, "Cherry! Cherry! I want to attack her, Cherry!" And so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. There are times I have actively sat here in the middle of the night following the pretty much gospel preaching that I did during that live stream for the 25v1 Jubilee, breaking down the religious takes and the narratives and the analyzation that could be done from that Jordan Peterson event. There are times where I asked myself, if I were to shuck and jive just a little bit harder, what would that have looked like? So understand, I was so fucking happy when I discovered this, not because I necessarily agree with every take and opinion that Cypher J has, but it is so fulfilling, chat. Chat, it is so fulfilling when I finally have perfect examples of the shit I'm talking about. If for no other reason that when Bloods be saying, "What is bro yapping about?" I can say this. This nigga right here. This is what I be yapping about. Let's get the second one in.
You didn't heal. You just got dressed and now your grief wears a tie and clocks in at 9 a.m. See, black excellence is just black exhaustion in a costume because you were told to be twice as good, but 5 times as tired. That's what they don't include in there. And now you sit at the table you bled to reach, still starving for rest. Respectability didn't protect you. It just made your trauma palatable to power. You're impressive, but you're not at peace. You're allowed in the room, but you don't feel safe. You got in the door, but you lost your breath fighting at the threshold. Performance is not wholeness. It's not. You have a morning routine, a polished voice, a curated presence, and when no one's watching, you fold quietly on the floor because no one taught you how to rest, only how to endure gracefully. You call it discipline, but your nervous system calls it captivity. Is that peace?
That entire phrase, when I caught it, that was the first video that I saw of this. So understand that on 2 sides of my brain, inside me, there were 2 Carls. One Carl understands the talking points of the left wing. because he comes from a hyper-left Democratic family. The other side of his brain loves white women and is deeply, deeply bigoted, Carl said with guilt and joy in his heart. And so, on one side of myself, I think actually that describes me perfectly. I can't believe I'm finally recognized. And then outside of me, the other side of me is like, wait for me! Don't you trust that lie? Don't you trust that lie? That is a lie! And now, for all the other people who have ever watched my content, especially if you're an old fan, and probably more relevant to people who came from the time period which Alex is in, for the new fans, this is quite literally, like, frankly, everything that I've ever said. But where I like to go into detail, this motherfucker has perfectly packaged it for you to truly accept it as a fucking piecemeal of fast food. Woke consciousness fast food. That's what this guy is selling you. And it's fucked up. Because it works. You should see the numbers he puts up on TikTok. It works. Because people will eat this shit up like fucking hotcakes.
Is that peace? Because that's not what I'm hearing is achieved. Then here's the thing. We have this lie of the world to put together one. You're the one who makes it look easy. The one they admire, the blueprint, the calm. But inside you're burning and no one brings water. And because they think the fire is your power set. You've become their idea of healing. While your soul files all the noise complaints. All of them. All of them. Respectability is not a refuge. Respectability is not a refuge. Your degrees didn't protect your softness. Your manners didn't protect your spirit. Your suit didn't shield your body from systemic exhaustion. None of those things happened. So now you're in the meeting with your back straight and your smile tight and your voice measured, but the child in you is still screaming in the coat closet of your chest because nothing about being respectable ever made you whole. So this world didn't want you healed. They wanted you useful. So now you become functional in your pain, presentable in your sorrow, dependable in your detachment. That's all that happens. That's all that happens. So as somebody who sees past your LinkedIn pages, when do you stop performing? And when are you going to stop trying to survive somebody else's version of dignity? When are you going to stop trying to survive somebody else's version of dignity? Because healing is not a look. I've covered it before, but it's important. It's a breath. It's a return to your softness, to yourself, to your presence, to stillness. That's what it is. That's what it is. So come out the suit. Come out of it. Because it wasn't black people who wanted you in there. And you never wanted yourself in there. I'm just saying. If you can't take nothing else from this message, take the fact that you deserve rest. And that should be a part of the dream.
So when I describe this as black male checkpoint, that is what I can truly be able to describe this as. Most of it is suited towards white allies and black individuals, where even he covers the angle of not all skin folk is kinfolk. But for me, it's less looking in the mirror, and it's more like looking in an alternate reality. And it is harrowing how I looked at it and did not flinch. Because part of my goals in my career is to make sure that people start seeing the shit that I'm talking about. Now, it's been improved slowly over time, because I used to be much worse about how I would summarize my points. Where a 3-hour live stream somehow required 12 hours. And it's just simply because of the fact that focusing things down and getting things tightened up required understanding how to understand my own message. I didn't truly understand what it is I was trying to discuss. Because when you're studying something and you're trying to define it, it's hard to find a textbook definition, especially if the textbook doesn't exist. So I was putting together the textbook of what effectively single-player Carl was. And now that I have fully metastasized into that as a proper creator, armed with my encyclopedia of knowledge, I now have the ability to point out what shit is. But a part of my job is also finding the physical material to put in front of you to give you a perfect example of the open-shut case of what we're talking about. So let's get to video number 4.
A lot of black kids weren't raised by monsters. They were raised by the unhealed silence of tired people trying to outlive systems. And when that system yelled, when that silence yelled, we called it parenting. See, there's this wound beneath the voice of every black exhausted parent called exhausted authority, because the black parent voice often carried thunder. Right? Right? It does. Exhausted authority absolutely carries thunder. But not because the child is dangerous, but because the parent has no space to be soft. So they end up not even yelling at you, but yelling through you because they've never been feel grades are survival. Clothes are
Boom. F boys. At least now the disconnections are happening shorter. I put in some calls to the people to make them fucking do their thing and fix my goddamn internet. So these things are being corrected slowly. However, I gotta rewind. We disconnected for a half second.
See, there's a difference between survival parenting and safe parenting. Many black parents weren't given the tools to nurture, only to protect. So when everything became a battlefield, grades are survival, clothes are respectability, talking back is threat detection, emotions are a luxury item. But the child wasn't fighting, they were feeling, and no one knew how to hold that. They taught you how to keep us alive, but not how to make us feel alive. That's the thing that's important, right? Because teaching your kid, or even teaching you how to keep your kid alive, how they can protect themselves, that doesn't teach them how to feel alive on a single day of their life. What the child learns from this is that love means fear. Because when parenting is mostly correction and command, children equate love with performance. I'll only be hugged if I achieve. They only speak when I mess up. I have to shrink so they can breathe. Right? This doesn't create obedience. It creates emotional exile. The child learns to how to behave, but never how to belong. And you know where it comes from? You know where it comes from? It comes from white fear and black pressure. Let's just name the systems. Schools that call CPS instead of parents are part of the problem. Police that turn mischief into mugshots, that's part of the problem. Neighborhoods that judge hair as a threat are part of the problem. White society that demands your child to act grown so their kids can stay innocent are part of the problem. This is what black parenting was fighting, because they need a 5-year-old to turn to a 50-year-old emotionally just so they can make it to 18. And in doing so, they sometimes pass the trauma forward, and instead of softening the child for the world, they hoard the child for the world.
So, if those first 3 ones on the back of it may have possibly made you think, I don't know, Carl, he's talking some good knowledge. Please let the exemplification of how quickly he reached to condemn white people remind you that this is what you're dealing with, and that this is the energy behind those first 2 videos about why you need to take advantage of that you need to take advantage of optics to win a narrative war concerning Los Angeles and California as a whole. This is what died in the dirt proximity to power does when you're trying to get more clicks on the internet. And let us say a very solemn prayer that I never fell into this trap, trying to look for accessibility and for a positive feedback loop.
That's all that happens. So I got 2 things going on for both sides, because your pain is valid as the child. Your pain is valid. But and the silence wasn't your fault. You deserve gentleness even if your parent never got it. And to the parent, right, to the parent, because you aren't even wrong for being tired. You were wrong for thinking that the child should carry it with you. We don't heal this with shame. That's it. That's all I'm getting at. We don't heal this with shame. We heal it by grieving what both sides lost. If the fire went out, ask what you stopped feeding it with. The child who needed softness, that's how you gotta approach him. The parent who never got to feel safe enough to give it, that's what we need to talk about. Because until we name this wound, we'll keep calling survival parenting a virtue when it was always a symptom of a world that made peace impossible. That's all that's gonna go on. That is literally the way to resolve this kind of thing. Exhausted authority is a serious problem. It is, because it causes a lot of problems. And if you sit here with a case of exhausted authority, maybe you ain't never felt safe in a while, and maybe you weren't allowed to be soft as a child. But it absolutely was your responsibility today to choose something.
So, all in all, this is a segment that once again, Cole was right! And now we have a face to put to some names. Yet another name. added to the list of shame. It is exhaustive sometimes. But I hope you now recognize exactly how much work I do, chat, to protect you from fucking dumbass opinions. I hope you appreciate it now. And if you never did, I hope you get it in the future. It's an experience. It's an experience. It's an experience. Anyways. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your thank you, Carls. I appreciate it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Why is this? Oh, no, that's why. That's right. Because I took like 20 minutes to turn on the other VOD sources. I'm stupid. So, assuming that I've gotten through everything I needed to update on, and maybe a couple of other things that I've posted inside of polls and announcements, as well as inside of Printing Press Express. Examples being the story about the YouTuber that was murdered on camera in a double homicide, both him and his wife, by another YouTuber, and that YouTuber is now waiting trial to go to jail for said crimes. Or the 10-minute rule bill that was being put forward in Europe from people such as Richard inside the Discord, or other happenings such as MatPat being in Washington, setting up a collaboration of the Creator Economy Caucus in the House of Representatives to try to get people involved with the process of legislation involving legislation in the internet age for the purposes of trying to understand the world of broadcasters, influencers, and YouTubers, let alone TikTokers, content creators of all stripes and walks of life. The real goal of today's stream was to put on a demonstration of the game I had to play. Did I see that there was an attempted sex trafficking caught on camera during the riots? I did not. Please post the article in case you haven't already, horror. Because there's some shit that I've missed by nature of who I've been doing work with. No, MatPat is not trying to censor the internet. No, Sidwin. He's not trying to censor the internet. What he's doing is he's actually presenting content where he's getting people involved so that people that are boomers inside of Congress and inside of the House of Representatives actually understand the world of our material. It's a clip from Kirsch. Cool. If you could pull that up really quick before we transition to the video game, that would be good, horror. Please, thank you. So, this is the full 19 and 46 second clip.
These are actually prescription sunglasses. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Yvette Clark, and I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District, located in Central and Southwest Brooklyn, and I also serve as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus for the 119th session of Congress. I'm happy to stand before you today alongside my colleague, Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, to announce the first of its kind bipartisan Congressional Creators Caucus. You can applaud now. Thank you. I also want to thank all the creators who have decided to be here today. We welcome you and look forward to working with you. This endeavor is a new effort to...
I like to pause at this moment to make clear how effortlessly MatPat slits into this position and role as he's standing next to his wife, Stephanie. Because this is actually something that goes back to his last presentation on GT Live before he turned over his authority on his channel so that he could see whether or not, as he was crying on the last GT Live before his final sign-off, did I do enough? This is MatPat doing something a little bit more than just Sans Undertale, okay? This is more than just showing Pope a video game about narrative structure. This is Matthew Patrick actually looking like he could possibly become a fucking politician. A good politician. And of course, his wife Stephanie standing next to him, hand in hand with his dossier to try and make sure that he's done it appropriately. Honestly, for a half second, it took me a second to realize that that was him, outside of the Twitter post that I came across that I've been promoting it through.
To bring fresh perspectives of creators into the public policy conversation. The creator economy is now a vibrant ecosystem of online digital content creators operating on digital platforms, including diverse businesses that have emerged to support them. Creators are entrepreneurs trying to grow and build their businesses, their brands, both on and offline at lightning speed. And like any innovation, sometimes we're building the plane as we're flying it. And as they are producing valuable and usable content, they're also being met with a plethora of challenges. Many entrepreneurs and small business owners face, such as access to capital and financial services, tax reporting and compliance, vocational training for creator economy jobs, data privacy, intellectual property and copyrights, platform accountability and algorithmic transparency, monetization and payment transparency. To meet the moment, their views and challenges must be heard by Congress in a meaningful and actionable way. After the proposed TikTok ban looked like it would become reality, my colleagues and I heard the story after story from creators who reached out in fear that their livelihoods would be taken away from them. We were behind the curve in protecting their rights and understanding some of the challenges, and we needed to implement a forum to address these issues. As digital content creators reach a global audience and shape the conversation on a multitude of subject areas and build substantial business and brands that make waves in our modern economy, we need to ensure that their voices are heard in the policy process. Various platforms, such as YouTube, are providing creators and viewers ecosystems of ways to reach millions on a global scale, allowing creators to build capital, paying more than $70 billion to creators and media companies in just the past 3 years. Congress, as I said, is behind the curve, and we have to stay abreast of industry trends and how creators use online platforms to make money in order to ensure guardrails are in place to protect creators and the exponential growth of this industry. Again, I am excited to bring the Creators Caucus to the Hill, and I look forward to working with my colleague, Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne, in meeting the moment. My position on Energy and Commerce Committee, Rep. Beth Van Dyne's role on the Small Business Committee is a great union to lead this caucus and address creators' issues. From data privacy to accessing capital to engaging with the SBA, we have an opportunity here to meet the greatest challenges creators face, and our service on committees built upon bipartisanship aligns us perfectly to meet this critical moment. So let me thank you, and it's my honor and privilege now to turn it over to Representative Beth Van Dyne. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Beth Van Dyne. I represent the great Congressional District 24 in Texas. In addition to being on Small Business, I'm also on the Ways and Means Committee, and I also chair the former Mayor's Caucus, which when we talk about bipartisan things, it's an awesome committee, an awesome caucus to be a part of. And I want to thank all of you for being here today to help us officially kick off the Creators Caucus.
Also, before anybody asks, yes, that is indeed Pokimane in a power suit to the left side of the screen.
I am thrilled to be joined by my co-chair, Representative Clark, in this moment of bipartisan agreement. Proof that if there's one thing that can bring both sides of the aisle that we can appreciate, it's just funny cat videos. But let's talk about this fast-growing, always evolving digital creator marketplace. It's home to everything from adorable apple sales to DIY plumbing advice that actually works most of the time. It's fun, it's chaotic, and yes, it's also serious business. Today, there are more than 70 million content creators making money online, and that means that nearly every single congressional district has people who are out there that are turning their creativity into paychecks. And whether they're making makeup tutorial masters, or citizen journalists, or that guy who reviews fast food in his car, they're small business owners, they are job creators, and they are community builders.
Report of the week recognized. Report of the week recognized. He made it. He made it. He made it.
These folks aren't just changing how we consume content, but they're changing how we think about work, entrepreneurship, and even fame. I mean, who knew that tossing a water bottle with perfect aim could turn into a brand worth millions? But with all this innovation comes challenges. From
Why is Pokey wearing her father's suit? Because Amain, for all of her bluster and her stupidity, is a very savvy businesswoman. And the way that you look in this moment matters. That's why we love her. It matters. It matters that she's in a power suit and she's not dressed like she's an influencer that is talking about how much sex she has with her boyfriend. When you are doing Capitol Hill business, you dress like you're going to Capitol Hill. The same way that if you're going to court, you do not show up in fucking khakis and a flip-flop.
Changing regulations and confusing tax rules to try and figure out how to turn a viral video into a sustainable business. That's where the Creators Caucus comes in. We want to understand what these modern small businesses need and how Congress can help them grow, succeed, and keep doing what they do best, and that is creating awesome stuff. So now let me brag on one of our hometown success stories, Dude Perfect. Anybody out there here, Dude Perfect? You don't know them. You should. I definitely tell you your kids do. But imagine 5 college buddies with a camera, a basketball, and way too much time on their hands. They turn trick shots in their backyard into an internet empire. Today they've got over 61 million subscribers. 61 million subscribers. They sail out NBA arenas with family-friendly live videos and shows, and they just opened an 80,000 square foot headquarters in Frisco, Texas. Oh, and they're also planning a theme park. I mean, a theme park, y'all. I cannot even get my printer to work, and these guys are building the Disney World of trick shots. So what's amazing is that their story isn't about fame and fortune. It's about faith and friendship and building something meaningful. They've created jobs, they've inspired millions, and they've shown what happens when creativity meets opportunity. And that's what the heart of the Creators Caucus is. We are here for the big names and the niche stars, for the backyard inventors, the kitchen table podcasters, and the teachers who explain quantum physics using sock puppets. Whatever your content, we want to help you to create your dreams, make them big, navigate the hurdles, and share your voice with the world.
So, off the back of another alternate dimensional Carl, effectively telling you, do propaganda for the left, it's super good, we need optics right now. Over in this reality, you have the kind of thing that actually needs to be done by content creators, no matter what background they come from, which is getting the boomers to understand how very important the structure and the understanding of the normies is to knowing where we're getting shit done. So, no matter how much I talk, it's not as relevant as when, say, someone like MatPat talks. So, this, where alternate reality universe Stormcloak Carl is telling you, be dumb, be gay, do crimes, and also do good coverage so you can turn it into a moment to monetize the government. MatPat's doing the thing that you should actually be doing, which is the hard work. I was worried that I wouldn't have a way to naturally transition into talking about this. I thought the segue was going to be poor. Thanks for giving me that opportunity to do that, Exocrusher.
I want to thank you all again for being here today. The Creators Caucus is about making sure that people that are driving this new economy, whether they're filming in high-tech studios or just propping their phones up against a stack of books, that they have the support that they need to succeed. Our job is to make the path a little smoother, the rules a little clearer, and the opportunities that much bigger. So because whether or not you're reaching an audience of 50 or 50 million, we're not just supporting content. We are backing creativity, small business, and a future where anyone with a good idea and a Wi-Fi signal has a real shot at success. And I want to thank my co-chair, Clark, and invite her back up to the podium.
Very well. Thank you, Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne of Texas. It's now my honor and my privilege to bring to the fore Matthew and Stephanie Patrick, and they're going to share with you sort of their lens to what we're doing today in establishing this caucus. So, Stephanie and Matthew.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're Stephanie, and thank you both so much for being here. We're Stephanie and Matthew Patrick. We've been creators and business owners online for the last 14 years, and we built one of the most successful and largest digital production companies in the creator economy. We're very proud of it. Additionally, over the last decade, we've served as advisors to hundreds of creators as well as some of the world's biggest media companies all over the place. Through our work, we've witnessed the incredible impact and incredible diversity of what it means to be a creator. You've heard all of this a bit already, but it encompasses everything from literally you sharing family photos on Instagram to small mom and pop businesses who use TikTok Shop to promote their products. It also includes some of the largest production companies in the world, like Mr. Beast Studios from our home state of North Carolina. He just hit 400 million subscribers on YouTube and is valued as a company of over $1 billion. Some of these companies employ hundreds of people, and to the point some employ 0, 1, 5. It's just an incredible range. This is the diversity of what it means to be a creator at every level. The creator economy is a force that is growing and cannot be ignored, and we're so excited that it has a place here today. At its core, a creator is a small business. Just like we said, growing through the power of online video, there are now thousands from every conceivable background, from every state in the U.S., all building brands and companies. Social video platforms like YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, you name it, all of them, they provide opportunities to create millions of jobs. And not just in arts and entertainment. We're talking jobs in data analytics, programming, marketing, sales, engineers, design, the list goes on. These platforms and the business owners working on them very hard, tirelessly, all the time, are also providing greater representation, freedom of expression, and education for viewers in every state and jurisdiction, as well as around the world.
Right now, we all know the major headline-grabbing topics, right? Everything from online privacy, responsible use of AI, addictive algorithms, protection of children on the internet, the list goes on and on. Creators are some of the first people, the first businesses to actually have to confront these issues head first on a daily basis. And it's our hope, through this Creator Caucus and through the conversations that it's going to inspire, that we can help educate legislators on these fast-moving, ever-evolving issues so that legislation is timely and relevant. On the other hand, some issues that we're going to be speaking about aren't making the most exciting of headlines, but are equally important and critical to the survival of this budding ecosystem. Things like clarification of tax codes for a new category of entrepreneur and access to small business support and resources. Every congressional district has itself a creator-led business, and there are more and more appearing each and every day. This isn't just an East Coast, West Coast issue or a Middle America industry. This is an everyone industry. Many of the issues that are facing the creator economy are also increasingly impacting small businesses and civilians at large. More and more, all companies are relying on these digital platforms to get their messages out and to grow their customer bases or to improve their growth potential. So in our mind, this is just as much a creator economy caucus as it is a future economy caucus. And so it is our great honor and our great privilege to be working with Representatives Clark and Van Dyne for recognizing the value of this space and for including us and other creators in these very important discussions moving forward. Thank you. And back to you, Representative Clark.
So we're just giving you a little preview, and I venture to say that the work that we're here doing, we will be doing with this caucus, will actually have global implications. Because indeed, when you're an online platform, not only are you being exposed to the vast market that is the United States of America, but we are a nation that is emulated around the world. And so the work that we do through this caucus will, I think, have ripple effects globally. Having said that, let me thank Matthew and Stephanie for bringing their remarks, and have my dear colleague, Beth Van Dyne, bring her final remarks.
I'm just excited to be here today. I cannot wait to see what happens in the future. When I talk to, my son is 23, my daughter's 26, so I would say that this is a new land for me as well. But being able to connect with my kids has just been phenomenal. And when you start thinking about where we are getting information now, it's not on TV, it's not reading the paper. A lot of the information that we're getting is being provided online in a way that people want to hear it, the way that they want to receive it. It's evolution. And so we need to make sure that we are not doing anything from a legislative perspective that will determine the outcome, or that would actually prevent this innovation from occurring. And I am just wanting to be, we're hungry, we want to have legislative fixes, but we also want to make sure that these small business owners can be as successful as possible. So I'm really proud to be able to do this with you. And if you all have any questions, let us know. Yeah. Always. There's slower than the creators, yeah. I think regardless of how fluent you are in the industry, all of us know that it's out there. We've all seen it, whether or not it's in campaigns or as we're coming together for votes. I mean, it's very obvious that it's prevalent. We get phone calls about it from our constituents. I think by creating a caucus, by giving us an opportunity to have a platform where we're discussing it, where we're going to be inviting people who actually do this for a living to come and share their stories, share their concerns, share their experiences with members of Congress, I think it's a great opening. It's a great opportunity to be able to partner with the industry as opposed to trying to define the industry.
I agree with Beth wholeheartedly. As someone who's been really enamored with all things tech, I share with folks, I'm a sci-fi geek, and so curiosity is just a part of my fiber and my being, and that's what we want to stoke in our colleagues, curiosity. We've gotten them to drop the flip phones, and now they are prepared because they're receiving content through their staffs, through their family members, on their mobile devices, and so I think that this is a great time with the level of engagement that we all have as a body for us to get this caucus off the ground and get the engagement and participation of our colleagues as well.
Just started it.
Well, we'll be having a reception this afternoon. Hopefully a little food, a little drink, a little content creators will draw some members to that event. And certainly we will be circulating among our colleagues to let them know that this caucus has been established and they need to be a part of it.
Well, I think when you're talking about content, I mean, it has to be bipartisan because regardless, it's not a one-sided issue. You're having people from every single, as I mentioned, every single congressional district, 70 million content creators. It affects all of us. I think working in a way that we're not stifling, we're not limiting the growth of potentially innovation, but we're actually looking at this from small business. I'm both on the Ways and Means Committee, which handles tax policy, trade policy, but I'm also on small business. And when we think about, we just had a hearing this morning talking about private equity in the small business world. It was a very bipartisan hearing. I think that can happen because we all have mom and pops at home who we want to make sure are creative. We've got over 34 million small businesses in this country, and I think helping them, aiding them, and being able to create job opportunities, increase our economy, and be able to share their content is what we should be focused on.
Oh, did you want me to answer? I mean, she said it all. Any other questions? Well, then thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So, ultimately, Matthew Patrick is put as the head of who is going to be one of the many faces, now in a form of past YouTube precedent, but legal political theory precedent, to make sure that people like myself and people like Horror are not getting railed in and our backs blown politically and or legally out by YouTube, because there are people that are going to be behind policy inside of Congress and inside of the House of Representatives that are going to make it important for everybody to understand how impossible it is to be able to have an opportunity to grow when you're being stifled from every single direction. Now, there are some people who have had concerns. I agree. This can go very south very quickly. But because of the person who's behind it, or the people who are behind it, because it's being presented by Matthew Patrick and not a Maine, I can be able to say it's going to go in the right way. Because I at least trust the character of Matthew Patrick. I certainly don't trust the opinion and the character of Pokimane. For somebody like Pokimane, this is a photo op. For people like myself, or Matthew Patrick, it's an opportunity to meet the middle of the aisle. Because nothing that a person wants to do when it comes to issues like this can be done without the rising of tides and the joining of hands and the meeting of minds. You have to have actual understanding and meaningful awareness to truly get shit off the ground and going in the direction it needs to go, because everybody understands what they're there to do. It's much like the actual energy behind what you should be hearing from a person who should be talking about the riots. So, really briefly, on the LA riots. It is not the job of people like myself to tell you how to feel about the riots. It is my job to tell you the same thing I've always told all of you, which is how to have proper skills and good tactics. So, only good outcomes, no bad outcomes. Obviously, in the case of these Twitter replies about the outcomes, because Kirsch has been on top of this, there have been plenty of people who've been able to cover the riots directly. I've been covering examples of it. I've also been having conversations about it inside servers. I even had a deeper conversation about this with people over in Geistwin, because there was a particular conversation that was being had about religious structure, of whether or not people could be considered to be Christ-like or demon-like, because they were showing up to these places, using Palestinian flags and Mexican flags and Burkina Faso flags to try and wrestle back the optics of what people were doing on the ground versus what was important to the actual situation. It is not my job to tell you how to feel about the riots. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I am an independent news reporter. I am an influencer. I am a fucking content creator. I am a satirist. But at the end of the day, I am at best an independent media journalist. So it's not my job to tell you how to feel, but it is in my place to give you advice. And the advice that I would give you is to pay attention to the shit that actually matters and put your energy behind shit that is actually meaningful. Should you be trying to put your energy behind a man who's telling you basically manipulate the optics and to be able to control things in the goal of trying to get you to join his narrative sides? No. What is in my goal is to tell you, hey, remember, have fun. And then also, remember to check in with your friends and to actually sit down and show up. Because it's not just important for you to show up, it's important for you to show out when it matters. The shit that MatPat's doing right now at the caucus, that matters. People should hear about it. So I have a right and a job to tell you about this happening. And if I didn't know about it, it would be your job to tell me about it so that I can get involved in it. See how that works? I didn't have to tell you to go to be gay and do crimes, did I? Nah. Then, at the other end of things, let us now look into the actions that happened live at the event from the viewpoint of Kirsch.
Me neither. I'm just kidding. I am. That's fucking funny. You guys are cool, man. I want to adopt you guys as my little brothers. Oh, dude. How old are you? 19? I'm 15.
Almost.
No way. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh.
It's okay though.
Oh my
gosh.
gosh.
15, but if you...
You're 15?
Yeah.
I thought you guys were like 19, 20.
No, I wish.
How old are you? And you're like... I'm 13. 13. Oh my gosh.
Can we...
How old are you?
I can't tell if they're lying or not.
Oh, awesome. So these are kids.
Can we get your number?
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe we
I'll
could
be like your uncle.
No, but like, let's like hang out. Yeah, we're trying to.
Yeah.
We're trying to
What the fuck? I'll find out. Like,
What the fuck is that?
I'll find some another 15-year-old for you guys, or 16.
No.
However.
What the fuck? We like older. We like older.
Yeah, I know, but I'm too old. But I'm too young.
Your secret safe with us. Well, are we? No one would know.
They're live
streaming. It's not a secret.
Okay, but they're watching from. They came to watch. Let's go. Let's go talk to
Wait.
Let's go.
Is this your TikTok streamers? You like what the fuck you like witnessing?
Alright, sorry, but it is gay pride though.
It is gay pride. It's fine. They were watching live grooming. What is happening?
Now that I've seen the clip in full, yeah, I was technically aware of this horror, but I didn't have the full clip on context because nobody would provide the full fucking clip. Fortunately, Kirsch provided the live stream VOD here, because I believe this one is still listed up on her page, so that's still there. Hadn't had time to go through it all because there were multiple things happening, but yeah, there are TikTok streamers that were going to these riots, and this was an example where they were approached by a gay rioter that wanted to basically have some butt sex. He wanted to get up in the cut and put some Vaseline on a booty hole. And they were live while this was happening. There are other examples of things that happened like this that were crazy too. Because keeping up with this shit is an around-the-clock job. Sleep deprivation, shit like that. If I were in a better position, I would have properly regimented out the update news post for the Certified Negro News Network. I have the music, I have the pressers, I've got the fucking program packet, or I'm developing it rather, but it wasn't ready yet. It's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. I haven't begun the work that I need to do for Season 3 of Radio Carl, which is where I start rolling out the idea of Carl 2 Network, okay? Like, if I were in a better position, I would have been on top of this shit the entire fucking time. But also, my woman needed me. So, that's where I've been, outside of dealing with my internet problems for the last 5 days. Intermittently. Both when I was on camera and off camera. Is there anything else I needed to present to you guys or bring up and talk about? I don't think so. So, the point of today's live stream was technically to display one of the games that was featured during Summer Games Fest, which is the title of the stream. Reading the title presents the title. And we can just go over it really quickly, because it's probably been a while since there have been people who are aware of how daredrop works. The purpose of the daredrop is to get you guys involved in the process of making it possible to make content. We get public engagement for the game, we complete challenges, and we grow our audience, which then allows us to then grow larger, to then do more work and new challenges. For this one, the challenges that they offered for a stream were a little bit different. 3 keys for this game worldwide, and I need to make a YouTube highlight video of the best moments. Minimum of 5 minutes for a highlight reel. So technically today was supposed to be a gaming stream, but I made it into a community collective cooperation for us to ameliorate. So I can also make this an opportunity for you guys to understand shit. Okay, Buster, we'll see you when we see you. We'll see you on the VOD, possibly. For those that are unaware, just going over it again, like I did yesterday, from the polls and announcements. Occasionally, I do what we call headhunter campaign drops for games that are coming out. This particular game was put out by Ocean Drive Games for Section 13. And what daredrops are is daredrop is a company that specializes in doing content. They get keys for games that are upcoming, whether it be a large creator like Obsidian with Avowed, or smaller creators like Giant Software or HeroCraft for things such as Union of Gnomes or Farming Simulator 2025. They find content creators, or rather content creators come and find them. And in the backdrop, there is a large amount of games that are up for opportunity or are going to come through for opportunity. And the metrics to be involved with them for the platform in which they are relevant, which are TikTok, YouTube Shorts, YouTube, and Twitch, require a certain level of CCV, or a certain level of follower, or a certain level of TikTok follower, for those that broadcast on TikTok, to involve themselves in the live stream of these games. You have companies like Wahlberg Entertainment, Lofty Sky, HeroCraft, Relu Games, Focus Entertainment, Xsource Studios, Hypertrain Digital, Ocean Drive, Indie.io, Giant Software, Focus Entertainment again for Mio Memories in Orbit, Xseed Games, and Humble Games to bring you content. And the way this system works is that for the ones that I can participate in, it means I meet the requirements. For the ones that are locked off to me, there is a certain number that I need to meet. So yesterday when I was talking about the fact that we need to bring up our Twitch numbers, it's because my Twitch number CCV is a number of 1. Obviously, I'm a small channel, but I'm pretty sure we can do better than a concurrent viewer list of 5. And the reason why it matters is that when you do outreach with me concerning this content, I'm able to then bring you keys, actual loot, because this is the system. If they give me a key for a drop, as I have done, including Section 13, 5 of these now, I do this content, I complete the challenge and prove that I indeed am a great gamer. I do the content, I produce the effort for the content, I publish the content and prove that I completed it, and then I am able to give you all shit back for it. So, the first giveaways that I've ever done on my channel have been keys from this event. I've done super chats. I've done physical copies of Macross Shooting Insight. I've done what should be 10 Demon Spore keys at launch. Excuse me. I've done copies of games such as Silt and Imp of the Sun, Merchants of Rosewall, which I still have 2 copies floating around for, but we'll give those away at the next giveaway. I've done Avowed keys for Steam. I've done Pillar of Eternity 2 Deadfire Steam keys. Gifted subs. Some are benefits that benefit me. Some are benefits that benefit you. I do the gameplay. I play the game. You watch me play the game. And then you get an opportunity to benefit from supporting me with the content. Thus, scaling the number up. Because the number of rewards that I can bring you is tied to the number of views that you supply during the live content. So, I've received copies of Macross Shooting Insight for the Switch. I've received copies of Avowed and Merchants of Rosewall and The Deadly Path for Steam. I have received a copy of Section 13 for the purposes of today's stream to be open facing with you. And it is for the benefit not just to myself to get free stuff, but for me to provide you free stuff. But here's the problem that I have. In order to do some of the ones that some of you are really interested in, like Wizard of Legend, or Rune Factory, Guardian of Azuma, if there were any keys left to give, because I already checked in on this and they're all gone, they drop these keys pre-registered a few days in advance with a total campaign runtime of 30 days. It's first come, first serve. I can't do Rune Factory because the concurrent number I need to be involved is below the CCV count. So even though I'm looking and I'm waiting for the opportunity, I can't do it. Because we're not strong enough together collectively to do it. We also have the ability to use tools inside where we can just make dares on the spot for whatever video game I'm playing. We haven't fully used this yet, but I'm looking to do this when I get involved with Doom the Dark Ages. Ask me about that at a later date. But for things like these games, the ones that you probably would expect, because for some of these, maybe you're not interested in seeing what I have to say about Neo Memories in Orbit, but I wouldn't even be able to show you, because at minimum, I'd need to have 10k viewers. Or excuse me, 10k followers on YouTube. And another 5 Twitch CCV on the platform. It's not like I'm asking you to take me from 1 to 10 million. What I am saying that we can work towards is I think we can work towards 50. I think we can work towards 50 CCV. Because here's the logic of how this works. When we play a video game, or when we're given the opportunity to get involved in a thing, because Union of Gnomes currently has 1 day and 14 hours left, which would be enough time to do something, but I don't really have the opportunity to do something with it here. The number of things that I get is based on the actual reach of what's involved, right? So let's just go look at the YouTube shit. To give you ability to get keys just for the game itself, if you don't care about things like the art book or shit like that, just getting a key to give back to the player base. This is what it would require, and this is what it would take. Based on the number that I have right now, I get the ability to pick 2 challenges. So I look at these challenges and I ask myself, what's the best one that I could possibly do? What's within my realm of possibility? There are technically 5 challenges here that I would be interested in. Well, actually, no, 4, because this one doesn't actually offer what I thought it offered. There are 4 challenges that ultimately produces an art book, or a Steam key for the game, or another Steam key for a game called Deck of Souls, or deluxe editions of the game in question. Actually, this is 2 things. No, this is the art book. This is for the actual deluxe edition of the game, and this is for a basic Union of Gnomes Steam key. So, 3 challenges that I'd be able to do in the form of a dare. I would have to dress up as a cultist and surround myself with fire safe candles. So I'd have to go take a trip down to Michael's. I'd have to complete up to chapter 8 and wear cat ears. And I would have to tell viewers an interesting fact about something. It could be literally anything in the world. It could be something relevant to the game. It could be something relevant to life. Or I have to compile a drunk deck and win a boss fight. And every time I win a boss fight, when it is my turn to attack, I make a toast on camera. Preferably, it could be anything. I could toast with sparkling apple cider. But being me, you know your boy gots to get drunk. Or at least attempt to, because we know that my Cajun blood does not allow me to get drunk. I could probably barely get buzzed. But this is the reality of what it looks like on the back end, to try and make shit happen for you guys. The answer here is not, what can you do for Carl, but what can you help Carl do for you? Right? Because this is the format of how they've designed this company. It's not about whether or not I will debase myself. If I'm willing to do the things that I do, we all know the question is not, am I willing to do it? It's, what am I willing to give back in return? Right? I shouldn't be debasing myself. I should not be out here slinging dick. And I shouldn't be selling myself on OnlyFans. But if I am willing to humiliate myself in some way where we can get energy behind it, where the entire goal is for the cause of enriching your benefit, then that's something we can work in the direction of. Which is where I then say we need to consolidate our strength and get the ball rolling on things that we know that we can work better for. So, 50 concurrents on Twitch is something that I want us to work towards as a group. It's a goal that I wanted to have for this year, minimum. Me personally, this year I wanted to go from 2,000 or 25k to, 2,500. I can't count. I wanted to go from 2,500 to 10k. Because technically I should be larger than I am. And a lot of that comes from lack of motivation. This is a great way to give myself motivation. And it's a great way for you to put energy behind that motivation. So, in the purposes of open hands and even keel with everything on the table, this is how this works. They give me the opportunity to provide you content in the form of video game dares that are performed on camera. Or, if that's not enough, when it comes towards having dares to give and content to give, actually I have to click on this one, being able to create dares that you give me or that I give us, so that we are then able to place a headhunter reward on it. They provide the content, or I provide the moment for the opportunity for the content. They provide the drops to give us opportunities to check out things that the industry says they want us to learn about. This is how I got my copy of Avowed, after all. I look into the game, whether by hook or by crook, by doing it through piracy, by getting the copy that I did for Red Thread Games' Dustborn, to show you what's inside of it. Daredrop says, you don't gotta do all that. We will give you a copy. We want people to check out what our game does. They give the opportunity to people. Sometimes they can have the numbers start very high, and then it goes very low. I'm pretty sure the codes for this one are also all two. No, actually there's still 48 keys left. So if we were able to magically make this number pop up from 1 to, 20? Or is it 10? It's 10. If we were somehow magically able to make that number jump up, yes, Lucas, that would be the simple way to put it. If we were able to make that number go to 1 to 10, and I could snag that key right now, I would be able to do this content for you. And then, when we get the game in question that we would think that people would want to check out so they can find out what the game is like behind the scenes, there are challenges that we then have to complete that are platform specific. This one is a Twitch platform drop. So all of these things here, in list of the hardest to the easiest, if I complete the game on Grandmaster difficulty, you get a copy of not just Wizard of Legend 2, but also Wizard of Legend 1. If I master the trials and I actually beat a single run, that's another 2 keys. If I clear an encounter by only using Dash Arcana to fight, that's a Steam key. If I defeat 3 biome bosses to get to the Chaos biome, that's a Steam key. If I complete task board challenges, that's a Steam key for a game called The While the Iron's Hot. Let's get that one up on the screen. While the Iron's Hot, Steam. And that in and of itself is another game from Humble Games. 1999 project. If I defeat an elemental boss at least once, that's a game. That's a code for a game called Carto. Let's see if that one's in there. It is. That's another charming adventure game, also from Humble Games. If I defeat a biome boss in multiplayer, that's another Steam key for a game called On Your Tail. And as you're looking at these prices of these games, these are not like throwaway titles. Yes, they're indie projects, but these are indie projects that have heart and direction, that without us doing what I'm doing right now in this segment, you would have probably never heard about. $29, $20, $20. And Wizard of Legend, this one is probably like somewhere like 35 or something. Technically $20. So, by doing something I would have already done in the first place, I get the ability not just to get a copy of the game for myself, but to provide a copy of the games for you. And the way that this number works is that the amount and the scale and the size of our reach is what dictates the amounts of chances. So, just looking back at some of the ones that I did. For Macross Shooting Insight, I got to do 2 dares. For Demon Spore, I got to do 3 dares. For Avowed, I got to do 2 dares. For Merchants of Rosewall, I got to do 2 dares. For The Deadly Path, I got to do 2 dares. And those were all done for the YouTube platform. If I had the reach on Twitch, we could have had double, maybe even triple. If I was then doing that content using YouTube and TikTok and Twitch, possibly 5x the opportunity. Because every single challenge is going to be specific based on those campaigns for those drops. So, as we can see here, Union of Gnomes was for 4 platforms. YouTube Shorts, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. For Wizard of Legend, it is only through Twitch. Rune Factory, only through Twitch. Neo Memories in Orbit, only through Twitch. Farming Simulator, multi-platform, 4-platform. Section 13, also multi-platform for the platform. But I can't accept any more dares, because I can only accept 1 for Section 13, because it matches the current CCV and follower numbers that I have. It's on a scale. If I were somebody like Kirsch, who basically stopped playing Crime City, or Rocket City, or Crime City, Rocket, whatever the fuck, the knockoff Payday 2 game, this is like if somebody came to her and said, would you like to put another game like that on the map? And all she has to do is say, yes, please, and then just do the challenge. This is the way that I want to do some building. Specifically so that I can give back to you all. Because even though I am, in that way, an independent content creator, that is a media figure, I am also still a video gamer at heart. Right? And I would not show you something that I would not want to tell you about anyways. So daredrop enables me to be able to do that for you all. So that's the tactic, that's the promise. Just like the first time when I covered it and we went through it together, there are people here who are new doing it again. This is the method. This is the magic. This is the goal. This is how we get this done. So, as simple as Yan puts it, if you watch on the purple site to get me to wear the cat ears, that's one way to do things. And mind you, this doesn't just limit itself to things that are currently happening with the campaign, right? Now, we don't have to use daredrop in this way. Because the shit that I did for Alex was basically like if we had used daredrop for it. This just makes it possible that for people who want to have something that's more rigid to click on, you have the ability to support me in a way that is better than just you giving me money by you watching. It is you being able to give me money and watching on a particular website so that I can then be able to bring you a particular reward back as an investment. So rather than you just simply watching, you're investing for the future and the ability for us to grow so that other people can be able to discover my content. If you believe that I'm an undervalued content creator, of course. So that's the method, that's the madness, that's what we're here to do. So to that goal, the game I have to show you today is Section 13. I'm going to play it for about maybe 3-4 hours. Right now the stream is at like, what, 2 hours, 35 minutes? I'm going to play it for like 3 to 4 hours to consume and get the clips for the content that they want from me to do the challenge. It'll then be a posted video that you guys can watch the VOD of to see what happened. And in the future, we're going to work towards not just getting you to watch video games when I go live, but any kind of content that I do when I go live. This is not trying to game the system, mind you. This is me telling you this is how we're going to resource build. Because this will allow us to then do better things in the future. And build for the kind of things that I want to have happen. Right? We're building the community center for the children in the Negrohood. But this is what I gotta do to get the money. So instead of shaking my gams on the internet for people to look at my man titties, I'm instead doing the equivalent of youth pastor work. Can you imagine me as a youth pastor, chat? That's crazy. Anyways, please press 1 if you understand. Please press 2 if you do not understand and you need me to explain again. My name is now Kaboria. I am an owl and I am asking you mischievously if you want me to repeat what I said again. My nose. My nose is stuffy, chat. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Looking at my YouTube challenges, what am I even able to accept? Yeah, it appears that that's the only one. Looking back at the Steam keys, it appears that that is the only relevant tangible goal for the reward that it's giving. There's one that's giving a review of the game that needs to be 10 minutes that's edited about the content of Section 13, but it's just a raffle for a play session. It's not a guarantee of an actual reward. So this is the only one that I can actively do. That's unfortunate. I don't think you all care for a raffle for a Steam Spotlight for the content creators, or a raffle to play a play session in the future with Ocean Drive Studios for the viewers, or an exclusive Discord role to a secret channel for viewers. I imagine you all want something tangible in your hands. However, at the same time, I think they did something similar for all the other platforms as well. So let me look here. So yeah, you've got one where they had the cargo elevator route to get a copy of the game for for Twitch. You had another one that was an invitation for a closed beta for any Ocean Drive Studio game. You've got one that was for Lost Eidolon's Veil of the Witch. Another one that was beating the exosuit on the Crucible level. That was a sheer farted for the game. You had another one that also had Speedrun Protocol for Twitch. And another one that was for YouTube Shorts as well. So there's only like a few other challenges that could have been done had I had the Twitch VODs. But that's how that works. So without further ado, let's get into the shit. Let's play the game! Ho ho! Mamma mia! Where's my controller? Here's my controller. Where's my controller head? Erg. They gotta do setup. We have to do setup, chat. There we go. We're just going to go ahead and go light with brightness. Plug in my controller. And away we go.
Congratulations! As of this moment, you are officially an employee of S2P.
Unemployed!
In part 3 of today's orientation, will be discussing classified information. What did?
This is Section 13. We're under attack from outside. Or maybe inside? I don't know who can hear this. Oh, we need help! Send help! Now!
We are employed and we're already stuck in the deep end, chat. I can't believe it. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Hey, this is off topic. Wait, no. This is from earlier. I'm looking back at the wrong part of the broadcast. I'm out. Lol. You're gonna go do stuff. Okay, horror. Thank you. Alright, chat. Let's get in it. I'm talking in it. In it, chat. We're gonna get in it. We're gonna get in it. And get silly. Oh my god, my mother is talking way too fucking loud again! Alright. Okay. Now that we're not being crop dusted by too much personal information on the back end. Ouch. Finally, I have a moment to see what's going on. Great timing. We were just about to get started. Stale in the cookie, but fresh in the cream. Do my eyes deceive me? I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? Can I pop it out? I can't pop it out. Make it bigger. Like the mini player window. This window. This. I can't look at it in this button. Live streaming. Boom. And then pop out the chat this way. There we go. Because apparently I can't do it from the inside. Put that back here. And then I put this on the screen. A little bit small. I beg your finest fucking pardon? I mean, I can just... and just go ahead and hit that shit with a double salt, pepper sugar. Thank you very kindly for your patronage. Oh, I'll be able to afford groceries. Alex, he's coming in your competition, Alex. Alex, he's competing against you, Alex. Extra Crusher, give me a second so I can give you the Carl founder role. One moment. I need to find your name on the in the server. 1 second. Extra Crusher, what is your name inside the server? No gawking on stream. I'm sorry. I'm YouTuber and streamer contractually obligated to suck his cock. You actually do need it though. You've literally meet the requirement to do so, which is that you've given me an excess of money. It's a donator role, so that you can be recognized as a donator. It is quite literally. I am contractually bound to give it to you. Ouch. That's fine. Oh no, I'm just simply joking. I'm just simply joking with you, Alex. And technically you already have. You've given me an excess of 100 already. You just did it in multiple numbers of blah. Why can't you access the server? Because of principles. What does that mean? Is it because you're underage? F. I saw that one coming before anybody else did. It's because you don't want to give Discord your phone number. I understand. We have to have the protections for the server to have phone verification because of two-factor authentication, but I understand. Still, thank you regardless anyways. In fact, you might label you as a frequent user? Is there a feature to do that? Make user... No, we're not going to be passing out moderation as a reward for that. But if I can find a way to give you the to give you a role that marks you as a VIP, I would. Unfortunately, there's not a button to do that inside of YouTube. Apologies. They're still slowly behind the time. Right, now let me fix this stuff now. Who is notifying me? Who is tagging me to look at porn? Stop! Stop! I do not want to look at your fucking porn, guys. What does this mean? Each time you die and undergo a DNS reboot, Violet grows smarter, making you slightly more resistant to enemy attacks. Optimal for agents who prioritize investigation over combat. Not usable while connected to the S2P network. So, accessibility feature? Okay. Camera shake. We'll experience it without having to change any of those things. However, looking through some of these. Quick jet wheel as a hold. Gamepad vibration. Radio. Windowed full screen. An FPS limit. VSync. Graphics. Let's go low. Well, start with medium. Let's see how pretty the game can look. Let's put this at 80 just to start. There's voice chat. Let's put it on press to talk. Let's see the default system devices. Well, that's correct. And gamepad. Activate special, interact, melee attack, fire, aim, move up, move down, move right, select weapons, select tactical gear, swap weapons, reload, roll, push to talk. Looks like they're going to encourage you to use keyboard. If you're using gamepad, you don't have press to talk, but I don't know if we'll need that yet, so let's try it with the gamepad first. Open the inventory, communications, and quick chat. Okay.
to take a rain check on movie night. I got called into work. Apparently, there's some kind of big emergency, and they asked for my help. Can you believe it? I know, I shouldn't work on the weekend. But this could finally be my chance to show the higher-ups I can do more than just wave people through a metal detector all day. Oh, and I get to travel! I'm in a rental car right now. They have me driving to this place way out in the middle of Arizona. Wait, actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that. Forget I said anything. I was never here.
Well, it's definitely got the graphics of an early game. Female protagonist! Female protagonist! Female protagonist! Female protagonist! She's redheaded and she's quirky.
What? Where am I?
And it's got art! It's got art! Oh no, chat. Oh no. Is this
You
Puckers?
have arrived at your destination, 101 North Canyon Road, also known as Section 13.
Oh no, it's got good voice acting, Chad. Are we cooked, bros?
Whoa. Hello? Who said that?
Hello, Agent Red. My name is Violet. I am your personal AI assistant, assigned to you directly by the senior-most leadership of S2P.
Who's Red? And why can I hear you inside my head? Am I getting hazed by R&D again?
Red is your designated call sign as a carefully selected member of the official Section 13 Blackout Response Team. Congratulations on being chosen for your first field mission.
Wait, seriously? This isn't a prank? I get to do something? Yes! Finally! I knew all that unpaid overtime would pay off! But when did I even get here? I remember picking up the phone, and then I was driving?
No time for questions, Agent. We're on the clock and management is watching. Your performance on this mission could have significant impact on your future at S2P.
Like if you get delivered on. You know, normal things.
You're saying this is a test? Like for a promotion?
The answer to that depends on you.
Do I get to see my children? That depends on you. Do I get to have a taco and a pizza redemption party? That rests on you. Boys, I think I'm cooked. Boys, I think I'm cooked. They're doing it to me. They're Ashley Johnsoning me. They're Ashley Johnsoning me, chat. I'm falling in love with the characters.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, no, I'm good. Let's do it.
Truly, this is the consequence that is wrought.
In addition to your primary weapon, you've been issued a standard sidearm for emergencies.
Oh, I definitely don't have a permit for these.
No need to fret, Agent. Per the terms of the Amsterdam Accord, all S2P facilities are sovereign corporate territory. Federal jurisdiction does not apply.
Neat.
You think you ask some questions about the fact that you have the ability to use guns?
I'm projecting a heads-up display directly onto your optic nerve.
That's cool.
Whoa, I'm like a Halo guy. This is so cool. Not that I'm not excited, but shouldn't I have some kind of backup out here?
Yes, you should. But between the two of us, I'm confident we can get the job done.
Heck yeah! That's the spirit, computer lady.
I will now activate the quarantine override console. When you're ready, pull the lever to begin your mission. But be warned, Agent. Once we enter, the doors will reseal behind us until whatever triggered the blackout alert has been neutralized.
Okay, based.
All right, Red. Your time to shine.
Well-made
There's too
games
many of
with
them.
good voice
Fall back.
acting.
They're blocking the exit! I'm empty! Give me your grenades! I'm hit!
Hold on, I've got you.
Scalpel, go! We'll hold them off.
I'm not leaving you!
Something about that thing is making the DNS chips malfunction. One of us has to get clear before...
Whoa, what happened here?
That is what you are here to discover. It looks like there's a member of Section 13 staff ahead. Try approach.
I don't think they want to come. Is that a zombie?
Whee! I'm getting faint callbacks to Demon Spore. I can tell you that much right now. Out of the gate, it's already fun. You're in the tutorial. Increase reload speed and rate of fire for special ability. Ain't got shit about a goddamn lock.
These poor people. But there's nothing left of them now. Agent, do what needs to be done.
Hello, zombies. You want some lead? I'm a lead farmer, and the harvest is good, boy! Whoop. Back that ass up. Back that ass up. Back that ass up. This woman's got hands! I'm Ronda Rousey! Grenade. Yay. A sledgehammer. Farming. So what do we got here? Now this goes into my slot? No. Now I've got a real weapon. What do I want? Do I want credits or do I want a stun grenade? I'll take a stun grenade. And then I get to have this and place this. There's only one of these. Certainly I'll have a chance to immediately use it in the next few seconds. Nether cube.
Interesting. Touching that artifact appears to have created a quantum tunnel in your synaptic structure, temporarily connecting your consciousness to randomized alternate realities.
Interesting.
But the board does not have that capability. I wonder who could have sent it. Select whichever enhancement you feel will be the most beneficial to your mission.
Better question is, how the fuck do you know that, Violet? When you have 1,000 credits or more, your ranged weapons deal damage. You gain more credits. The less ammo in your clip, the more physical damage you deal with ranged weapons. It does not affect single-round weapons.
It may be possible to synthesize an agent upgrade that will grant you more control over your selection. I recommend we investigate this together later.
Okay. So I should try to make use of tools when I have them, rather than stockpiling things and letting it possibly go to waste. Throw? Hello? Throw? Throw? There we go. I couldn't be holding down the aim button. Okay, that's an explosive. Nothing else hiding in there. Ka-tonk. Ka-tonk. Oh, I love this vibe. This vibe is nice. This vibe is nice, chat. Well, I'm definitely getting opportunities to use these grenades. Haha! That's an achievement. Actually, that was 2 achievements. Possibly even 3. Now I can pick you up. Truly, I am the healed child that no longer holds onto equipment forever. I use it when I find it. However, nope, can't get nothing there. So it's good that I can cover myself. Oop. Selective change. Health restore. Another gate for a passcode? No, press and hold. Money. Money, money. Okay, here's the passcode.
Agent, your heart rate will increase gradually in darkened areas. When your fear is at its peak, your reflexes will be slowed, and you'll take more damage from enemy attacks.
That seems shitty.
I recommend you move quickly and keep to illuminated areas.
Oh, it's got a fear system.
I'm detecting outages in that area. You'll have to detour to the power station and reboot it.
Another one. 100% damage after landing 2 critical hits in a row. 10% chance to receive 3 HP when relocating data nubs. If I don't know what the fuck that is. Ranged weapons do 20% physical damage for enemies that are more than 5 meters away. I do not know what 5 meters looks like. But let's take this one. It seems to be the most consistent. Let's toss this. Okay, am I the only person who saw that enemy literally just appear in front of me? I'm not the only person who noticed that, right?
Your biometrics show dangerous levels of acute anxiety. I recommend you find a lit area to calm yourself down before it begins impacting your mission performance.
I'm not the only person who didn't see that guy come the fuck out of nowhere, right? Ow. Okay. Really throwing me to the wolves here.
All right, the power is restored. I can open the way through now. You should be able to move on to the next area.
Yay. I live. I think we learned what 5 meters is. It's the tip of that line. Oh, cool. They stack. Let me shoot your face. Yay.
Goodness, Agent Red. You are remarkably skilled in the field. I was not expecting you to progress this far into the base on your first attempt.
Why are you so calm about that? Why are you saying that? Do you not have faith in me? Did you not have faith in me?
At this rate, I worry we may never get to test out the DNS.
What can I say? I'm a natural. Wait, what do you mean first attempt? And what's this DNS thing?
The Death Nullification System. An experimental new quantum control mechanism designed to make S2P field operations more efficient. If you would like to know more, please die at your earliest convenience.
I'm out? She says it so happy, Chad. She says it so happy.
What? No. Why the heck would I do that?
So that you can learn about the system. What do you mean, Red?
You are being very stubborn, Agent Red.
Agent Red, why don't you want to commit suicide? Commit suicide. I need you to commit suicide so I may test the system. Unfortunate. So no healing? No healing.
Agent Scalpel, I'm detecting a DNS event matching your parameters.
Ha! Good timing. Triangulate her location.
The signal appears to originate from RX-4.
That's one of the solo timelines. I knew he must have missed at least one. Looks like today's our lucky...
Stream jump detected.
Who is it? Delant.
No.
Damn it. He's getting stronger. Open a gate, now!
The voice acting is on par. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Violet? I think we took a wrong turn. Hello? Violet? Violet?
What's going on here? Oh, that's what's going on in here.
Oh. Wow. Hi?
Catherine.
He knows your name, Red. Run!
Why do you know my name?
10,000 years of inane chatter. Wet, simian screams.
He has a voice like a Naruto villain. Run. Your cheeks are at risk.
I think you have me confused with someone else. I literally just got here, man.
You are so small. A cancerous clump of carbon. What vexations you have caused. But no more. I have diagnosed this disease. And now, I will purge its final cell. I will be free.
Hey, wow, that's super interesting. You should really meet my friend, Violet!
Oh look, it's a woman with a gun. Oh wow, that's a woman with a minigun.
Catherine.
Oh wow, it's a white woman with platinum blonde hair with a minigun. Now hear me out, chat. Chat, hear me out. It's exactly what the fuck you think it is.
Why does everyone here know my name?
Shut up and get in the portal.
Yes, ma'am.
Women loving women?
The second strain emerges.
Nice to see you too, Nephilim.
Volgren, what game is this?
Chess. That was checkmate. You just don't know it yet.
Nothing you have done matters. Nothing you will ever do matters.
Then why do you sound so afraid?
Oh, cool. I don't know what I'm throwing. Okay, minigun. Assault rifle. Fists. What am I throwing at him? She's got hella attachments. So I'm assuming this is a story-based boss. Okay. Specials. Cooldown 0.5 faster upon killing an enemy. Rolling has a chance to spawn a grenade. 1000% damage upon explosion. Firing continuously gains 1+ damage with every shot, which resets upon stopping. Whenever you take damage, I get a 20% damage boost. 5% movement speed. Ranged weapons that deal physical damage do 50% more. Upon taking damage, I have a 20% chance to recover 1 HP per second for 10 seconds. 10 HP per second on getting hit. 30% chance to aftershock range, 20% chance to aftershock damage. On taking damage, 50% chance to stun enemies. Acquire 50 extra HP. And every 13 dodge rolls, I gain astral status, whatever the fuck that is. Oh no, it says right here. An entity in astral can pass through enemies or allies, and physical attacks do not damage them. Poggers! And then extra clips. lot to give somebody in their first moment. I got a wrench. Ow. Oh, she died. I guess I'm not supposed to win?
Foregone conclusion, as always. You cannot even fathom the number of realities in which I have killed you.
It sounds like you're getting tired. We call that burnout. Have you tried meditation?
Every atom of you will suffer.
Based.
Well, get on with it then. I don't have all day.
Every atom of you will suffer, he says.
Oh dear. You seem to have died.
And then all he does is telepathically
Now
snap your
activating
neck.
death nullification system. Stand by for timeline reboot.
Whee! And because she stepped in for her, it's basically her using the timeline. All of these are things that you will gain over the course of a run, I guess. What a experience. And now we have an actual title sequence. And I'm guessing that was just a tutorial.
Oh man. Holy cow, that was crazy. Now where the heck am I?
The dungeon.
Agent Red.
Well, look who decided to show up. Did you have a nice nap?
I apologize. The presence of that entity caused a hardware crash in my DNS chip for reasons that are unclear to me.
It's okay. I don't think you would have helped much anyway. That thing was terrifying. And for some reason, it really didn't like me. I hope that lady's okay.
I too would like some answers. This scenario deviates significantly from our mission brief. Let's investigate the area.
Yes, let's.
I've assigned you a new mission objective. Please follow it to the mainframe computer.
Who's that woman?
Hello, Agent Red. My name is Dr. Emma Volgren, callsign Scalpel. If you're hearing this, it means you arrived without me, in which case I'm probably dead. So please listen carefully to everything I'm about to tell you. Have you ever stepped in a puddle that you thought was only an inch deep, then discovered you're soaked to the cough? Temporally speaking, that is your present situation. But the puddle goes down forever, and you're not the only thing in it. From your perspective, you arrived at this base hours ago, alone. But the reality is far more complicated. You and I came here together, along with 2 others. A team sent to uncover the source of the blackout alert. That 4-armed bastard I suppose you've already met. We call it the Nephilim. We don't know what it is, or where it came from. But we know it's trapped in here with us. Or at least it is now. The first time we faced it, something happened. These blasted chips they sent us in with malfunctioned, shattering space-time itself. And ever since, it's been a long war. The Nephilim exists outside time. Trying to fight it in this place, it's like fighting a shark underwater. It picked them all off, one by one. I'm the only one left. But that ends here, with you. I can't explain it, or I'll risk endangering the outcome. But I've put a plan in motion to alter the equation. And you are the key. Consider this command center my gift to you. An oasis outside the Nephilim's reach that will give you a better chance than we had. I'm uploading a patch to Violet's firmware to help you get your bearings. When you're ready, it's time to get to work. Anchored to your timeline should be 3 other deviations, each containing an agent you were meant to come here with. Find them, save them, seek the answers together. Then do what we could not, and send that bastard back to—
Agent Scalpel, I'm detecting a DNS event matching your parameters.
Ha! Good timing. Triangulate her location.
Timeline theory! Based. Now, excuse me, be right back in just 1 second, chat. Okay. Official house business. I had to step away for an extended period of time. Let's get back to that tough acting reacting. Okay. Ancient case files. Kathy Nelson. David Park. Julia Ford. Emma Holgren.
Welcome to the S2P archives.
So, here is a breakdown of all the effects I probably can access in a game. I don't know what a platinum tag does. And an explanation of the find of enemies that I am facing. Okay. So, this is what I've seen thus far. The gas man was probably the thing that was attacking me in that encounter with the Nephilim. And if that was the tutorial, that was me getting a sample of what a run can be like. And then that was a sample version of what a run looks like at the end of a boss. Oh wow, they even have notes from Red. Oh man, they put in so much work to characterize these characters. Okay, so run-of-the-mill attackers, brutes, technical enemies, and heavies, and the Eye of the Temporal Hurricane, that is Section 13. I see. Okay.
Bypassing firewalls.
Interesting. Okay. Well, chat, potential personal favorite of the game of the year. This is going in my top gems. I don't know what to tell you. I'm in love. I'm in love with a wonderful game. Let's get into some more chaos, shall we? Use a DNS defragmenter to exchange data nugs for persistent upgrades. Ooh, multi-platform. Meta progression. A device that optimizes user chemistry using bleeding edge AI to turn raw research data into instant results. Collect data nugs from slain enemies and submit them here for upgrades. So that's what a data nug is. Okay. Unlock new synaptic upgrades with star employee perks. So, hard body, agent upgrade packs, etc., etc., etc. Defeated enemies can drop more data nugs. Start with 300 credits. And when you start with a synaptic enhancement, you have a chance to reroll. Let's start with silent bonus and hidden cache. Is this the same one? It is. Turn in star pins to the armory to unlock new toys. A short rifle. A shotgun. Miniguns over here. Mr. Chicken. Baseball bat, crow bat, sledgehammer. Okay, so we've got some choices here. Let's try unlocking the shotgun. So we've got our different types of melee weapons and the amount of damage they do. 25, 13, 60, normal attack, a charged attack, normal attack, consecutive, charged attack, baseball bat, and Mr. Chicken. Certainly this must be a gag weapon, no? Then we've got the revolver, the assault rifle, the handgun, the minigun, tactical crossbow, the sniper rifle, the submachine gun, the pump action, which we will unlock, and equip, the arc cannon. Normal conventional weapon, and the Eye of Cthulhu. Video games never change. Look, it even has emotes from Red. Look. Hello, I have a question. What clearance level do you have to be one of these? Asking for a win. Ooh woo. How did they do it, chat? How did they design a game specifically tailored for me? The photo cannon, sawed-off shotgun, the flamethrower, and the different types of equipables, like the blastwing prototype, grenades, claymores, stun grenades, arc barriers, hot shot, cold brews, meteor lights, portable rippers, hologram decoys, and tactical shields. So these are my equipables, and now I can just tell what things are, so I don't have to learn about what they do on the fly. So what was that thing that I was throwing earlier? Was it this? No. Was it this? I don't know. Was it this? No, definitely wasn't that. Then I would have had a shield. So, I have access to grenades and stun grenades. I can equip grenades in here. No, I can't? No, I have to find them in the mission. Okay. Powerful lasers to attack enemies. When you use an item, you agree to the friendly fire waiver. Claymores, stun grenades, arc barriers. Hot shot, incendiary charge, explosive. Cold brew. Okay. So can I choose multiple weapons? No. So I have to assume that this selects my standard equipment. So I have to decide if I can get a sidearm, because I can't equip the melees. So I can only equip these. Okay? Let's just try the pump action then. What is this? Party play? Yes, it is. Okay. Public rooms for potential multiplayer. And seemingly skills with other people. But I'm currently considered offline. How do I go online? So, I get to name the room, and then I go into the type of facility, and I can mark it as a private room or not. So they made unironic couch co-op, unironic asynchronous couch co-op. Certainly this was crack designed for me, chat. This is my hole. This is my hole. It was made for me. It was literally made for me. Also, Star called while I was away. She says hi. Okay, let's go solo for now. I require a connection. So I can choose between one or the other. Got a range of 9 meters versus a range of 12 meters. My sidearm is unselectable. Agent upgrades. That's a mission. Let's go again. 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 Ooh, automatic flashlight. And now we're back here again. Still investigatable Daganugs. So, no idea on the password lock. Yes! Load the shells up and blast them. I just be blasted. I see. They're responding from a sewer grate. That explains that. So, the less ammo in the clip, the more I deal with my weapons. Ranged weapons gain a damage boost based on the number of targets nearby me. Whenever I take damage, I get the damage boost for 5 seconds. Let's try not getting hit. So let's use small wall effect first. Well, that definitely synergizes better. Yes, sir. Much better for swarming events, definitely.
I'm detecting outages in that area. You'll have to detour to the power station and reboot it.
Alright. Flea market. After purchasing the weapon, you gain 50% of the value of the weapon you drop to claim it. Upon taking damage, you stun enemies. Whenever you take damage, you gain damage boost. Let's take the raw damage. Stacking grenades. Reload before I activate it. Probably was a waste of how I use my grenades there.
All right, the power is restored. I can open the way through now. You should be able to move on to the next area.
Yes, baby. Okay, I'll come. Star just showed up for her break. Give me 1 second, or rather, give me like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Sora has come and gone, and she's back to work. She said, hi, I love you all. I have to go back and go work the white man's job labor. And I now have a soda. Let's continue. Bird. Okay.
Feeling stressed? Stop by your nearest Chillax Corner to grab a slice of pizza, play some ping pong, or just hang out. In the event of a base-wide emergency, all Chillax Corners are automatically converted to combat supply caches. Because at S2P, the party never stops.
Interesting. So this is how I get resupplies. Can I use this now? No. What about this? No. We're going into a new environment now? I guess so.
Congratulations! That permit will allow you to utilize body modifier devices, which can be found in safe rooms throughout the facility.
More credits while continuously firing. I guess this doesn't work with my particular weapon. Let's do credits. Lock in, Carl! Lock in! Bit of his ball to the back. Smack! Yeah! Office party, office party, office party, office party. Let's go. I love the shotguns, you like shotguns. I love shotguns, I love shotguns, shotguns. Ow. I had no excuse to get hit by that. It's a dongle. I guess we'll find out. Authorized personnel only. Difficulty is easy. My rewards is a person. Okay. Ow.
Thanks. I owe you one. But I'm too injured to be of much use right now.
Hello, Agent Boy Scout. I've linked your DNS chip to our network. The next time you die, your quantum data stream will be rerouted to our command center.
Based.
I don't know what that means, but it certainly sounds more productive than doing this on my own. All right. Do what needs to be done. We can talk after.
I have to shoot him? Why? That seems unfair. Because I don't want to execute you, young man.
What are you waiting for?
I guess it has to be done.
Don't look at me while I do this.
Aww.
A new agent has been recruited. You can find them in the command center.
Okay, so the little purple things are something, but they're not hostile. At least not now. So let me guess, as I expand out these consoles for the containment chambers, I'm going to be putting myself at risk. Yep. Okay, I think I understand how to use these now. These are for long throws, and then these are for short throws. Ow! I got dominated. Okay. I found the body mod permit. And I got dongles and pins.
Oh, it looks like you've discovered a USB security dongle belonging to a Section 13 employee. Try plugging that into my mainframe computer. I can use them to help decrypt files relating to topics you wish to investigate.
Bloggers.
Also, they taste good.
Huh?
You have a new interview waiting in the conference room.
Huh? What do you mean by they taste good?
Hello, Agent. By placing your hands on this terminal, you consent to the collection of any genetic material. Shall we take a look? Accessing network.
Wow. And it lifts out of fucking frame. Okay.
Howdy. You're the new guy, right? I'm Red. Agent Red.
Boy Scout, thanks for the rescue.
Hey, the more the merrier. So, what do you do at S2P? Outside this, I mean.
Internal security at Central Division, mostly digital.
Ooh, nice! I work front end at Northwest. If you try to come through my checkpoint with keys or loose change, I will find them.
With all due respect, we're given call signs for a reason. The less we know about each other, the better.
Okay. Straight to business then. Now, let's see. Where do I start?
Usually at the pants.
Alright, so we're stuck in a time loop multiverse type situation, and you and I are both members of the team they sent into.
You can stop right there. Violet already filled me in.
Oh. Good. Then. Is there anything you need to tell me?
This creature you're up against, the Nephilim. What do you know about it?
Just that it's got 4 arms, a bad attitude, and a killer ab routine. Why? Do you know something about it?
Let's just say it's not the first time we've met.
Or you could share with the rest of the class.
All I'll say is this. A long time ago, before I joined S2P, I crossed paths with something. Heard a voice in my mind. Lost people. I've spent years trying to prove what happened. Understand what happened. And the moment I set foot in this base, I started hearing that voice again.
Spooky. Wait, what does that mean?
I don't know, but I intend to find out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go take a security survey of our operation here, starting with the athletic center.
He wants to exercise.
What's up? I mean... This isn't procedure. They promised me answers about an incident that ruined my life. That was a while. What matters is that the wheels are there, and that there are... Sorry, what was... I was a bot... I can't say who. That would be a... Unless you happen to have seen the news at the time. But 90% of that reporting was false. Yes, I was on the plane when it crashed. Yeah, one of these days... Uptight is a pejorative term for someone who takes their job and the rules seriously. That being said, yes, I am. That's when the enemy... Careful out there.
So he has his own skills. We'll check that out in a moment. What's in here? Nothing? And here, we can now do this plus hard body. Because having cash for nuggets for meta upgrades will slowly be important for the rest of the run. And then this. Paste. What about these dongles?
Activating simulation. 3, 2, 1.
And these grenades? Yes. No. No? I can choose to hip fire, and I can choose to aim down sights. I've only been aiming down sights.
Simulation terminated.
Okay. Simple, I guess. Where the hell do I plug these things in? Not here, I suppose. I plug
Shall we
the
take a
dongles
look?
in here. Purchase Synaptic Enhancement Pack 2 to unlock Synaptics.
Shall we take a look?
Who is this woman? Okay. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Whatever. Must be a round table of all their characters for their services in their games. Anyways. Where the hell do I stick in these sticks? I don't know where to stick in these sticks. It's not this. It's not this. So where the dongle go?
Welcome to the S2P archives.
Oh, they go here. So, red dongles are for her. Black dongles are for him.
Hello, Agent. By placing your hands on this terminal, you consent to the collection of any genetic material.
And then over here, the ability to go into an online room. And the ability to connect to those runs. Let's try joining this person's lobby, shall we? Now we're in another person's lobby. So now, assuming that they're ready to go, they get ready to go, you'll be able to buy shit, set ourselves up, and be off to the next encounter. So I just have to wait for them to be organized. There we go. I can type. Let me guess. Session connection terminated.
So that was them kicking me for some unknown reason. Let's try creating our own session then.
Quantum tunnel established. You may now undertake missions alongside agents from parallel timelines.
Let's try some multiplayer, chat. Set this up like this. And who's in here? Oh. Okay. Not sure I understand how it works. Does it do drag and drop? Online effects. Enemies have increased. I didn't get to read that. Enemies have increased max HP. The number of enemies have increased. Elite enemies appear more frequently. They have slightly higher attack power. And what was that last line? And unlimited ammo and friendly fire is optional. So now they are off on whatever the fuck that person gone to. Okay. So Boy Scout, primal burst of latent telekinetic ability. Damage from repels foes, gets another plus 50 HP. Melee weapons do 100% more damage, and he has negative 10% movement speed. Okay, so he's slower. I have not recruited this character, so UBS is limited, is a speaker. Restore HP to self and nearby agents over a set period of time. Individual recovery effect decreases. The number of recipients increases. Get movement speed. Get plus 2 seconds to HP recovery window and being damaged, and 50% to max fear. And Scalpel. Stab an enemy with a quantum blade. If the target dies, the scalpel gains astral state 3 seconds, becoming invulnerable to damage. 10% crit chance, 30% crit damage, and negative 15 base max HP. So I have to unlock them more time. So, in terms of incoming DPS, my best choice is Red. And if I want to be whatever he does, Boy Scout. Let's go back to this weapon for now. And let's see what happens. Let's test this link real fast. Copy link address. Let's try that again. There we go. Clickable link. Boom. Done. Okay, chat. We do it again. Get the data nug or get a credit station. Let's take the credit this time. we go. Right. Enter all agents standing next to you. Ooh, that's got a timer now. Ranged weapons. Ranged weapons. Synthetic. More grenades. So playing online with yourself is just asking for problems.
Additional agent has been assigned.
Okay, so they jump in.
Reloading.
So they can drag and drop. So it is drop in, drop out asymmetric gameplay. You are speaking my fucking language, boy, am I sprechen the Deutsch!
I'm detecting outages in that area. You'll have to detour to the power station and reboot it. An additional agent has been assigned.
Let's do bomb disposal unit.
Oh, heck yeah!
An additional agent has been assigned.
And now there's 3 of us.
All right, the power is restored. I can open the way through now. You should be able to move on to the next area.
Lock and load. You rock. I'm empty.
Typical players, as soon as they jump into multiplayer, they complain about the lag. Machine gun. Let's go from this to this. Beautiful.
Party time! Let's go. Ready to rock.
Okay, I get to have options. Max sphere, critical damage, melee weapon damage, and critical damage. What else? Special skill cooldown, firing speed. Hoarse voice from a cold. What does that mean? We're really gaming now, boys. We're really gaming now. Dongle. Chaos can in fact ensue, and it can happen very quickly. They are not nice about it. They will bend you over and they will put it upside.
Welcome back, Agent.
This is unable. Okay. So that's not usable to crawl. So now we can go here. We also can go here.
Standing by for mission deployment. Everyone, please make your way to the scanner.
Make the big upgrade.
Standing by for mission deployment. Everyone, please make your way to the scanner.
Please stop doing that. So I only have those unlockable right now.
Check this out.
This person just randomly opened the door and doesn't tell us how she did it? Question mark? Interesting. Alright. Excelsior. No need. I'll discover them over time. Hits. Med kits. Sawed-off shotgun. Surprise attack. They mark it.
Careful. Ice front. Group up. Everyone together. Group up.
Okay, so it's sharded. I didn't realize that was up sharded. And you have 1,000 credits in ore. Your damage is 15 plus. That's the revenue share. Buy my voucher. good. Light. Snowball effect. Definitely for the shotgun. Is this the same safe room? Yes. Okay. Max fear, max HP, weapon charge time, max HP. Melee weapon damage, special school cooldown. This one I still don't have. Simple, 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 simple. Ah, they found me! Indeed. So far, so good. Now let's see if we can live this situation. We're doing it, chat. We're doing it. We're living. We're living. We're living. Because you are. Revive all agents faster. Every 7 shots, deal physical damage deals more. Gain astral status. Lucky shot. Body mod voucher. Dongle. Body mod. Do this for Ahmad. Let's be careful. Sweet. Reduce incoming damage. Survival! Well done. And a reload. What is this? Perk voucher. I need an item to be required. I can't buy it. This I can buy. Flamethrower. Got a lot of bunny mods. HP regen. Sure. Melee weapon damage. Some cooldown to the special charge skill. Let's do this. Critical damage, recoil recovery, reload speed, let's do that. Next sphere, recoil recovery. Good. Good. So I can quick fire the flamethrower if I'm ADS, and I can use it while moving if I'm not. Now I have to block for a minute. Resilience. Recover life.
Group up. Rally here.
Strategy.
alert.
Going good? Well, unfortunate, but we did our best. Well, we found the cargo elevator. This must have been what they were talking about. We did our best, and we met the pain that is the Malsha chat. love ourselves enough for this. Yes, baby. Okay. 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 I'm not scared. I'm listening. Thank you. I love you too. Thank you, baby. Isn't she lovely? I'm gonna eat it for my pleasure, Chad. Well, this is for when we get panicked. That's cool. This is basically all the second tier upgrades, I guess. Yeah. Gaining more power for having damage. And then upgrade. Select additional weapon. Get recovery. Get additional damage. Not recur a lot of injuries. Let's do side-on bonus. And then do max spear.
Standing by for mission deployment. Everyone, please make your way to the scanner.
I'm going fine, Bilsker. We are in the middle of the first time trying out Section 13. E2E2141. I guess the code I found isn't the one for this area. Try yours. Okay.
Group up.
Hard body. Hard body. Perk voucher. I'll take that over dongles.
I'm detecting outages in that area. You'll have to detour to the power station and reboot it.
Okay. Let's get the hidden energy to get some restore. Second board. Do I want money? Do I want body mods? Or do I want perks? Take body mods. Okay, so now I get to upgrade my weapon. Some size. Let's get some knockback. See here. Let's avoid max HP down. Let's do weapon charge. Let's do firing speed. Let's do critical hit chance. Let's do critical damage. And let's do special skill cooldown. F boys. That's twice I got tackled. Good. And now you kite them back out. And now you kite them back out. There you go. Got yourself in the corner. There you go. Now you getting it? Unfortunate. Unfortunate. We did our best. That'd be a perfect case example of what I meant by target acquisition. But they're learning. Perhaps that will work better for our purposes. I don't know what loadout they're particularly taking, but whatever loadout it is, we need something a little bit...
Standing by for mission deployment. Everyone, please make your way to the scanner.
Because I've only got 2 weapons. So if they're going to bring something that's shotgun enabled, I should bring something that is assault rifle based.
Standing by for mission deployment. Everyone, please make your way to the scanner.
If I'm gonna play him, then I should play her. Okay. Right response. Only has a chance to spawn a grenade on the floor. weapons. Abduction. Over. This one. When you have credits and more, flashlight becomes brighter and has a larger range. Let's do that. Running gun.
Everybody be careful.
Nice. I got more perks. Now we know that grenade doesn't hurt you. So now we can get tactical about our grenade uses. No. Okay. Firing speed, max sphere, incoming physical damage. Melee damage, special skill speed. Firing speed, special skill. HP regenerate, critical damage. This has no perks, unless I get attachments. Purchase this slot. Pierce through enemies, fire, pierce through targets. The dongles are for other things. They unlock data information, but only in the single player mode. So lore.
Careful, y'all.
Let's give him energy. No. Strategy!
Time to roll.
Very good.
Check this out. Let's work together.
That was a diamond rush. Okay, good. That's more upgrades for the shotgun.
You rock. Thanks. Watch yourself.
I owe you.
Okay. Clearly, I need to unlock the revolver. This solves the main problem we're having with single target damage. Critical chance, big head. Sure. Special skill, firing speed. Shots automatically track my last target for 5 seconds. I'm not sure if that's exactly good. Another chance to pierce. Faster reload speed? Let's do faster reload speed. We're doing it! We're doing it, Chip! We're doing it! We're doing it!
I'm not seeing a way through this area in the blueprints. Scanning employee emails. Aha! It looks like there's an emergency VIP corridor in one of the offices nearby. But... this could complicate.
I'll take a free reroll.
It looks like this terminal has biosecurity measures, specifically a fingerprint scanner. Theoretically, its owner could still be shambling around somewhere nearby.
Let's work together!
That's unfortunate. That was 3 times I took hits because they weren't opening the door first. That's all well. It's okay. Not everybody has battle like you. Not everybody has battle like you. It's okay, chat. It's okay. It is okay.
Everybody be careful. Watch yourself.
Again, not everybody's got battle like you, chat. Not everybody's got battle like you. Please don't get hit by that grenade. He still got hit by chip damage on the grenade. He's about to get hit by chip damage on the grenade again. Unfortunate. Good chip. Heinous. Let's hit resilience.
But you should be able to use that to access the terminal you found earlier.
Check this out.
Light. Hopeful. Is it a group heal?
Careful, y'all.
You should be ahead of me. Oh, we're alive. Critical damage. Yes, sir. And reload speed, melee weapon damage, reload speed. Yes, sir. Makes it more fun. Both made mistakes, but it's a new game and we're learning. Whew. Does he not get that you have less range than you and thus should be in the front? I've told them that they should lead. We can only work off of that, what we have there. I don't want to be rude.
Be on your guard, Agent. As you get closer to the containment level, it's likely you'll begin encountering more exotic and dangerous QTs.
Shit. I don't think he used his special attack the right way. Okay, good. Keep being careful. Don't block off your vision. Don't take risky melee attacks if you don't have to. Keep it ranged, keep it ranged, keep it ranged, keep it gangster. No, you're cutting yourself into danger. Keep it gangster. Leaning's not important. There's a chance he could have been able to do that before he did that, unfortunately. Good work.
I'm recommending you for promotion.
Yo, ready to party time! Let's go. Careful, y'all.
I suppose doing this tactic is at least justifiable. Anything for survival works here. I need to remember to unlock this revolver. His damage is good and consistent. It's my turn to revive you. And now, upgrades for the assault rifle. Good. Crit damage in there. Wherever the fucking aftershock is. You're being surrounded. I probably should have took that security room code.
Buddy system!
Good. Woo! Berserker's Blood? Run the direction of safety. Max fear, HP gen re-rate. Max HP. Weapon charge time, crit chance. Piercing is fine. Reload speed is okay. I got more than enough money. Aftershock chance? Sure. Okay, we're doing good, we're doing good, we're doing good. In the mag of my mind, always lurks. Possessed machine. Got it.
Just stand still.
Ow! Ouch. It's death because of his choice to stand still. That's unfortunate. We're doing okay, but it's alright. It's okay. It's okay. We got to the Crucible. That's what matters. Yeah, that hit rate's about right. He was dealing more damage, so it's not like we were useless to each other. Okay, hidden cash, silent bonus, more max XP, more max fear, more health recovery, more damage. More damage. Okay, pistol, pistol, pistol. Hello, Mr. Revolver. Get into my pocket. I don't know which ones he has here. It's not this. I guess it's this.
Standing by for mission deployment. Everyone, please make your way to the scanner.
fixed. Okay, boys. I bring that pistol. I'm gonna stay on her. And then when I get the unlock in the future, I'll be able to have 2 weapons at once. I think that's important for me to get next. Oh, Avad. What happened to my Avad there? Downed. Let's take self-starter.
Third-party intrusion detected. The board requests that you safeguard S2P's proprietary information by any means necessary.
Okay, good. EMP. Ooh. Let's not do that. Let's re-roll. More credits. Adrenaline boost.
I'm detecting outages in that area. You'll have to detour to the power station and reboot it.
Phoenix, more life boost, having more damage. go. Hoping for another weapon pickup. I was hoping for a weapon pickup, but didn't find one. It's okay. Hey, AFK, bro. No mental AFK. Get on our feet. Revive faster. Okay, max HP, incoming physical, firing speed, reload speed, firing speed with no side effects. Max AP. Entering a panic state empties all the ammo in my clip. Okay. past dinner time. We gotta gear up for next content that's off camera.
I'm not seeing a way through this area in the blueprints. Scanning employee emails. Aha! It looks like there's an emergency VIP corridor in one of the offices nearby. But... this could complicate things. It looks like this terminal has biosecurity measures, specifically a fingerprint scanner. Theoretically, its owner could still be shambling around somewhere nearby.
Much better this time. It would be great if you would target acquisition the guy throwing the grenades at us. grenade. Okay, more unlocks. That's the entire assault rifle tree. Grenade. And dongle. Block bodies. Well, they're not exactly good at battle IQ. I think I can get one more round personally myself, but it'll have to be solo. Oh shit! Oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He rolled into the grenade and then died. Oh, but good runs. Oh my god. Mistakes were in fact made, but that is okay. Let's go offline, kids. Oh no.
How can I help you today, agent?
No. Oh no. Alright, now we get to spend the USB drives to decrypt the packets. Ooh, I can only get this one if I unlock all agents. So you've decrypted
Is this total? No, this is just her files. Oh, fuck.
Accessing network.
Yes. Yes, that would count as a Darwin Award, but I'm not finna hold it against them. We're learning what the enemies do. There's no way he could have known that was going to happen. I didn't even know that that was an enemy that was throwing a stun grenade. Okay. Just go with the lowest level upgrade and keep going from there. Okay. Let's read some files. Shit.
Shall we take a look?
Hi, Violet.
How can I help you, Agent Red?
Violet, have you ever, like, wondered what people are saying about you? Like, say if you had bosses who weren't particularly good at giving feedback?
Woman moment.
No, I do not second guess the decisions of my employers. They have only my best interests at heart, as stated on the mission page of our employee web portal, below the picture of the dog.
Yeah, I guess I should have seen that coming, what with you being an AI and all.
The hypothetical scenario you have posed is extremely specific. Could it be you are talking about yourself, and you wish to know what your superiors are saying about you?
No. I mean, yeah, but not if it's, like, against the rules or anything. It just seems like I'm going to be stuck here for a while, so I figured if you could give me access to my HR files, it would help, I don't know, pass the time?
Woman moment.
It could also help with this anxiety I get about whether or not people are disappointed in me. I know that's probably not something you deal with as a bunch of ones and zeros, but my therapist says yearning for approval is really common. Sorry, I'm rambling. If you can't help me, I totally
Done. You have been given access to all S2P human resource files containing your name.
What? Just like that? I thought I'd have to spend way more time convincing you.
Woman moment.
Not having access to these records clearly puts you in a state of acute distress. As your mission handler, it's my duty to ensure you remain in top physical and mental condition.
Woman moment!
I hope this helps with your pathological need for approval.
It's the voice. It's the voice, man. It's the voice.
It's not pathological, Never mind. Thank you, Violet. I really, really, really appreciate it. You're the best.
Yes, I am.
Based. Okay. Read file. Catherine. Red Nelson. Born in Middletown, Pennsylvania. 2 years younger than me. 2 years and 2.5 weeks younger than me. AB positive. Was hired in 2024. Section 6 in security. Lobby screener. With a personality of a follower. Formerly an employee at Brewed to Perfection, a coffee shop that served as a civilian front of FC2 Section 6, aka Northwestern HQ. According to an official recruitment report, uncovered a base entrance in the employee restroom, and after a standard memory wipe, soon discovered it again. After the sixth such event, it was decided it would be more cost efficient to simply offer her a job. The employee is eager to please, enthusiastic, and dedicated to a fault, working continuously overtime, having been told not to on multiple occasions, the obvious fact that her position as a daytime lobby security officer does not require it. Her desire to succeed in her current position and advance her career have, the short time she has been employed at SPT, allowed her to be isolated from her peers, whom she invites to lunch and hangsies on a near daily basis. Employees and blind enthusiasm and questionable obedience make her easily manipulatable, and thus a prime candidate for highly dangerous crisis contingency operations in the field. She's a fail daughter, chat. One of us. 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 Oh.
Hello, Catherine. Thank you for coming in today.
No problemo. I'm just so excited to be interviewing here, sir. Or, sorry, ma'am? Is it okay if I ask your pronouns?
We prefer to avoid labels.
Right, yeah, sure. Actually, sorry. We?
Why don't you tell us a little about yourself, Catherine?
Okay. Well, I was born and raised in Pennsylvania. Middletown, specifically. Go Raiders, and,
Apologies. We should have been clearer. Please, tell us something that can't be learned from your resume. Something that no one knows. No one.
Oh. Okay. Well, let's see. I was raised by a single dad. He's like my best friend. Really goofy sense of humor, but super smart. I guess something no one knows is the reason he raised me alone. It's because my mom disappeared when I was a kid.
Disappeared, you say?
Yeah, there was a whole police investigation and everything, but, yeah, I never found her.
Do you think your mother's disappearance is the source of your desperate need for approval from authority figures?
Have you been talking to my therapist?
And could that same loss have given you a fear of abandonment that ultimately led to you pushing people away in an attempt to protect yourself from the inevitable rejection?
Okay, wow. I mean, yeah, probably. But I don't think that means... I mean, I don't see how that's relevant to... What kind of job interview is this?
We've got everything we need. You seem like you'll fit right in with the S2P family.
Wait, really?
You betcha. We think you're real company material, Catherine. Or, should we say, Agent Nelson.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe it! I've never gotten an offer right in the interview before. Is this what that feels like?
Yes. It's all very exciting. Oh, one last question. On a scale from 1 to 10, how do you feel about cerebral implants?
Truly, a Giga Chad moment. Transcript request. Tobias, we would like to offer you a transfer of your audio recordings and transcripts to the new security hire, the lobby trainer Catherine Nelson, specifically any audio and test conversations with her father on her personal cellular device. Kindest regards, HR. P.S. What should we bring to the potluck this Friday? So, how did the interview go? I got the job. That's my girl, and you could do it. We could celebrate. What do you say to me and some ski ball and sliders at I got Charles E. Cheeseburgers. Charles eats cheeseburgers! Not Chuggy eat cheesy! Don't tell me you're getting too old for the CC. She's rat-coated! She's rat-coated! She's a fucking Skaven! She's unironically fucking Skaven-coated. The autism. It's the autism, chat. We can't beat the allegations on the autism. We are never beating the allegations on the autism. Fuck. There we go. Fix the webcam, fix the webcam. So I'm feeling kind of guilty, leaving you all alone in the shop while I took some fancy new job. You're not gonna lie, I missed your help, especially with the Buicks. You fixed the old Skyhawk last week is something else. Wasn't a big deal. Sometimes you gotta listen to old cars like that and see what they're trying to tell you. You always had a way with machines, but don't worry. I'm the original Nelson and Nelson's repairs. Bicep emoji, I'll be fine. What matters is you're pursuing your dream. I don't know how much this matters. New job of yours. I know your eyes light up when you talk about it, so go knock 'em dead. Have I told you your best? Not recently. Phone call.
Hey, kiddo.
Hey, Dad.
Tell you what, I think I'm getting too old for Charlie Cheeseburgers. I've been stinking up the shop all morning.
Ew, don't be gross. Thanks for taking me out to celebrate, though. I really needed the pick-me-up.
What's the matter, kid? Not feeling the new job?
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a great opportunity. It's just, I don't know. I was hoping I'd make some grown-up friends here, but everyone's so, like, tense and standoffish. I guess it makes sense for a secret data security place thing. Sorry, allergies.
Well, hey, chin up, Peanut. You are the nicest, sweetest, most optimistic person I've ever known. And I'm not just saying that because I'm your dad and it's my job. These people at your new job, they'll come around once they get to know you. Hey, and if they don't, it's their loss.
I know. I guess I'm just starting to wonder if there's something about me that puts people off.
Hey now,
Like her
I
eagerness?
don't want to hear any of that. You know what your mother would say if she was here? She'd say, if they don't like you, screw them.
Dad, was Mom... I mean, am I like her at all?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I think there's a little bit more of me in there at this point, you know, just on account of...
Yeah.
But I'll say this. Gail was the bravest, strongest woman I've ever known. And I think you got a lot of that. Well, plus the hair. Because, I mean...
Yeah, I definitely didn't get that from you.
Hey, I meant the color, you little smartass. I used to have hair, okay?
Yeah, fixer, it didn't happen. Do you ever think she's still alive?
It's been a long time, Kathy. You know what the cops said.
I know, the 48 hours thing. But don't you ever just, I don't know, look out your window and wonder if she's out there somewhere looking back?
Peanut. I don't have to. I see her face every time I look at you.
It might have been this easy, chat. All they had to do was just make a video game with personality and character that wasn't dog shit. And they can find ways to make even the lamest bullshit actively work. State seem to you. Asking the question of the mother, have they increased or decreased? She seems satisfied working for SCP-2. Project Coding Phoenix, Dr. John, Gregory, Heather, to blank to enhance the blank, and especially regards to blank and blank. For blank, using volunteer subject list, blank, blank, blank. Robbins, Gale, blank. Denise, blank. Flag evaluation.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. This is Dr. Lee Shu performing the psychological evaluation of Gail Robbins for her Project Volunteer application. The date is the 6th of November, 1984. Please state your name and birth date for the record.
Oh, yeah, sure. My name's Gail Robbins, like you said, and my birthday is the 14th of December, 1962.
Thank you. Are you nervous, Gail? You seem nervous.
Not nervous, just excited. I've never done anything like this before. It's so sci-fi, you know?
I wouldn't know. I don't read science fiction.
Oh.
Let's start with an easy one, shall we? Have you ever been given a psychological evaluation?
No. Not that I can remember.
That's fine. How would you describe your childhood?
Oh, jeez. Happy, I guess? Normal? Yeah. 2 parents, lots of love, big house in the suburbs. What more could a girl ask for?
Uh-huh. If you could choose one color to represent yourself, what would that color be?
These questions are getting harder. I'm not sure. I guess it'd... Oh, of course. Red. Like my hair. Duh.
Would you say you have trouble making and keeping friends?
I guess you could say that.
Do you think there's something about you that is fundamentally unlovable?
I hope not.
Does the idea of being alone for the rest of your life fill you with dread?
I always kind of imagined myself getting married and having lots of kids, you know? Like my parents did. That picket fence life. I think if I didn't get to have that... Yeah, it'd make me pretty sad.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how much of an extrovert would you say you are?
Like a 9? Usually, anyway.
Excellent. That's all we'll need for today. We'll call you in a week or so, letting you know our decision. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Totally.
Well, like mother, like daughter. And all blotted out. There are several thousand pages of subsequent hints that are similarly redacted. I have omitted them as a courtesy of your time.
What in the HE double hockey sticks, Violet?
Is there something I can help you with, Agent Red?
I'll say, what's my mom's name doing in a bunch of old S2P files? And what is this Project Phoenix?
I'm not sure. Perhaps it has something to do with your mother's disappearance?
What?
I apologize. It was irresponsible of me to speculate. Perhaps it is merely an extremely unlikely coincidence?
That seems extremely unlikely.
I apologize. I am operating far outside of my standard parameters. It is exceedingly difficult to gauge the appropriateness of my reaction.
You and me both. I just wish these files weren't all redacty and stuff. How am I supposed to get anything done now? Just pretend I haven't seen this?
Yes, just like everybody else in the world.
I guess there's nothing I can do without higher security clearance.
That is not necessarily the case.
What do you mean?
If you find someone with the appropriate clearance or IT privileges, they can grant you provisional access to restricted files. Do you think you could find someone like that?
I think so. Wait, why are you helping me break the rules? Is this another one of those keep the agent happy things?
Sure, let's say it's that.
Based.
Wait, but is it?
Sure, why not?
The Negro was too stunned to speak.
I find you equally helpful and confusing.
Thank you for saying so. Please remember to use that phrasing when you fill out my quarterly feedback form.
Now, if you had told me that this was an animated series that was being made alongside Secret Mission, that was then going to get a series adaptation made by the same French group that was behind the adaptation and the animation of Totally Spies, I could not pay you more or faster to get it in my blood system as possible. Put it in me! Put it in me! I need it! I need it! I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it.
Hello, Agent. By placing your hands on this terminal, you consent to the collection of any genetic material.
Fucking Christ. That has no reason being this good. But because it's this good, it makes it that much easier to play. I should be offline now. Yes. And there's another person doing a run in what they call difficulty 3. So there are people who have beaten the game. So, this is a sniper rifle. This is a tactical crossbow. This is the flamethrower. I'm not quite sure if the photon cannon is a move. I would like to get this. Because I feel like I'm going to have to pair it with something. So, now I have the ability to choose this. So, if this pierces, this is fine. This fully loads the clip. I don't know how this loads. Since this one is unlocked fully, let's start here. And let's let this be the last run of the night. And then I need to cook dinner and serve dinner. So this is the key to the security room. 11142E. And now that'll be fully completed every time. Poggers! So now I get a early starter at the very beginning. Rolling has a chance to reload my weapon. Based. Does this pierce? Yes. So now this becomes my mobbing tool. That was a free aim. These ones kind of suck. That one's good. I'm done.
I'm detecting outages in that area. You'll have to detour to the power station and reboot
Dealing
it.
damage. Kill 50% more. And looking at this, doesn't say this has more of anything, but it does make clear that it does definitely more damage. Okay. I've got the agent upgrades, and so these are base upgrades to the character. It is suicidal fun for the whole damn family. Beautiful. I can have pens, I can have data nuggets, or I can have another assault rifle question mark. I think I'm going to take the pens, because money's money. Then I'm going to explore this. That's everything I can find here. And then we're going to open up the extra door and go down. And that grants us access to the alternate path. So those enemies can't be hurt by my weapons. Because I can reload by rolling, makes her perks even better. Then we're going to take this melee. Aha! If I use his pull, I can just dodge after he pulls me. Yes! Battle IQ. Battle IQ. My big dick, my battle IQ. I did not have to use the fire up while I was doing that. 2 upgrades, 3 upgrades even. Okay. Last time on your clip, more you up to 50%. Aftershock range, aftershock damage. I know that I can get aftershock on my weapon, so let's start here. Defrag, get more data nuggets. Attacks that deal physical damage deal 50% more, based. Forced evolution would be nice, but I'm going to take the synthetic gunpowder because I'm just going to learn to not get hurt. And then I have a chance to take body mods or perk. I'll take the perk voucher. And we're going to use that to upgrade.
Ah, I see you've unlocked access to the body modifier, an exclusive perk for all S2P employees. By using that device, you can alter your physical form to your heart's content. S2P assumes no liability for any resulting side effects. And remember, Agent, when you die, your genetic memory dies with you.
I'm out. So, let's try to get something good. Critical damage. And less clip size, less firing, higher attack power. Let's try this. Probably will suck. Critical damage. Firing speed. Special skill cooldown. Gotta try it out. And then when I can get the chance on Aftershock, I'm gonna change it when I get the money to change it. Because I would like the crit damage, and I'd like, if I don't have piercing through packs, to have the Aftershock, so I understand what Aftershock damage is.
I'm not seeing a way through this area in the blueprints. Scanning employee emails. Aha! It looks like there's an emergency VIP corridor in one of the offices nearby. But, this could complicate things.
Well, it serves the same purpose as the revolver.
It looks like this terminal has biosecurity measures, specifically a fingerprint scanner.
So they still have a single-player story that goes on, but the multiplayer portion is still
nearby.
Possible to beat my ass. Okay. That's crit. Yes, sir. Yes, fucking sir. Very good, very good. I'm pretty sure I haven't taken damage yet. And if I've taken any, it was shit damage. Yes, sir. Ooh. Clip size, reload speed, next 2 shots deal 50%. I was reading that! Put this one on the first side. Can't look at them. I was reading that. How dare you? How dare you take away my ability to read? I'll have you know I graduated top of the Scholastic reading program.
Thank God. I have no idea who you are, but you are officially my new favorite person.
How much do you guys want to bet that the same woman's voicing all the female characters? With the exception of the German.
I'd give you a hug, but... I think I'm hemorrhaging internally.
I have networked both instances of my consciousness on your respective DNS chips. Agent Beaker, the next time you die, your quantum data stream will be rerouted to our command center.
Do it with the sniper rifle. Do it with the sniper rifle. Ah, they make you default to a pistol.
This might sting a little.
That's fucky. You should execute. You should have executed her with the sniper rifle. It would have been funnier. Damn Chinese simper ship. Simper ship. Nice crit. Money. I'm not against the upgrade, but I'm not happy about how it works. On account of the fact that because it attacks slower, it's less consistent. But I can get over it. But I definitely need to be attacking faster since that's what I took the weapon for originally.
But you should be able to use that to access the terminal you found earlier.
Is that both? Get your ass outside here. Now my throwing light should still be over here. Yes. And then there's you. Thought too early. And down you go. Button mod. Grenade. Well, this is a loading zone. No. I can manage not getting surprised in the darkness. Utility light is utility light, but if I don't need the utility light, I shouldn't take it.
Here, you'll find a standard weapons bench. By spending your hard-earned company credits, you can customize your firearms to better serve your needs. But Violet, you may ask, why should I have to pay the company for tools needed to perform my work? The answer to that question is error, dialogue crash, labor organizing rhetoric detected in chat buffer. This conversation will now terminate.
The people who wrote this could be communists for all we know, and yet they are self-aware enough to understand how funny it is for them to make fun of communists and labor organization. Based. Sure. Taking damage consumes credits. Well, we just don't take damage, right? Kappa. Crit chance. Weapon charge time. More crit chance with no downside. Firing speed increases by 1% when you stop until you stop firing. This is just outright better. So we'll wait until this slot. Meanwhile, in this slot, they do not pierce targets. They have an additional delay. Silencer. Dramatically decrease the ammo velocity. Silencer. We can reload through dodge rolling, so I don't see a reason we need to have the 20. I want to pierce my targets. Getting additional attack power means nothing. Or maybe we use it like a mobbing weapon. So when I need to kill a target that's very important, we rely on the mob weapon. When we need to kill targets that are important, we change to this as the bosser. Sure. Yeah, that's good. And then over here was the guys across the pond. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Was that there the last time? I don't think that floating crystal was there the last time. If it was, we were moving way too fast through the area for me to notice it. Which is emblematic of exactly what was happening earlier with the multiplayer group. But that's okay.
Be on your guard, Agent. As you get closer to the containment level, it's likely you'll begin encountering more exotic and dangerous QTs.
Bloody mod. Ow. I didn't see her. Okay. So here's the doors before. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. I'm not upset. Okay. The thing that happened before is in the middle of a game, like in the middle of it, the instance. So I guess I have to stand in the center of the room. Ow! I didn't see the grenade. Oh well. Okay. That's enough. Right, chat. This is Section 13. If you feel like this is worth playing, buy. Soon. Today. Personally, I'll be playing it more in the future. But how much is it? It is $20. And there is a demo that is downloadable right now on Steam. Honestly, personally, it's a definite lock for me. I don't know, bro. I didn't pay money to play the game, but bro, there's no way that this isn't a replayable experience with friends and family. And considering that it's 3-man co-op, this means that it's great for community group gaming. So, it is what it is. Anyways, I need to cook dinner. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye, good night. Goodbye and good night. And thank you for the members of Geist Twin for coming through to help a motherfucker. I appreciate it.